En ese lado de ahí se verá mejor, se seguirá mejor. Pero sobre todo estate cómodo. Lo otro es, mira,
No, espera. Porque me voy a entonces a poner esto aquí para chivarme un poco más.
súper. Y si quieres que el streaming salga. Ahora lo haces mucho mejor que yo.
¿Sí? Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Qué raro esto. ¿Quién es ese pavo? Vale. Bueno, empezamos entonces, sí, ¿no? Vale. Bueno, mi nombre es Jorge Díaz. Voy a hablar hoy de infraestructuras inmutables y un poco las lecciones que hemos aprendido en mi empresa en el último año, digamos, trabajando con esta forma. Vale. Bueno, antes de todo, bueno, vamos a introducir un poco qué son infraestructuras inmutables, qué problemas intentamos resolver. Bueno, yo trabajo como DevOps en System, ¿vale? Mi blog es mrdiaz.com y si no, en GitHub soy Díaz Jorge, ¿vale? Y bueno, vamos a hablar hoy de infraestructuras inmutables. Y bueno, vamos a empezar por, como me gusta así, tipo definición de Wikipedia, ¿vale? Y dice que, bueno, que es una estrategia de, bueno, lo hago en castellano, ¿sí? Sí, es castellano. Bueno, yo he dicho que lo iba a hacer en inglés, pero como veo que todas hacían en castellano, pues sí. Bueno, una estrategia de operaciones de deployment, ¿vale? En la cual, en vez de actualizar los componentes, pues lo que hacemos es que los reemplazamos por completo en cada oportunidad. Entonces, bueno, el término como tal de Immutable Infrastructure, ¿vale? Lo acuñó Chad Fowler en uno de sus blog posts que se llama Trash Your Server and Burn Your Code, Immutable Infrastructure and Disposable Components, ¿no? Y bueno, entonces empieza un poco a establecer esta idea que viene un poco de como de paradigmas de programación funcional, bueno, tratar de evitar como los side effects, ¿no? Y tratar las cosas como inmutables. Claro, si tú estás trabajando en tu data center propio, pues a veces son ideas un poco distintas, ¿no? Tú intentas maximizar el tiempo de los procesos, amortizarlo a largo plazo, el uso en sí del hardware, ¿no? Pero cuando empiezas a trabajar en el cloud, pues claro, la forma de trabajar también tiene que cambiar, ¿no? Tenemos que pensar distinto y las facilidades que nos da de poder crear servidores en cualquier momento, pues eso tiene unas ventajas que conviene aprovecharlas, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, ¿cuál es el problema que nos encontramos en el día a día y que esto intenta un poco resolver, ¿no? Y bueno, este es un quote de ese mismo blog post que dice que an old system inevitably grows worse, ¿no? Entonces, las famosas megas o duendes que van apareciendo en las máquinas a medida que se van haciendo un poco más viejillas y tienen cosas raras y las cosas a veces funcionan y no saben muy bien por qué y tratan de montar otro sistema y no funcionan y no saben qué pasa. Entonces, bueno, causas de esto, bueno, las principales son los cambios manuales que se van realizando, ¿vale? Normalmente surgen con muy buena intención, se te cae la máquina, te metes, tocas un ficherito de configuración y dices, sí, sí, luego nos metemos en el chef. Y se te olvida. O cosas como estamos discutiendo hoy al almuerzo, que tienes un cron job y de repente, venga aquí, cron tab, -e, y editas el cron tab de un usuario, cualquiera, y se están ejecutando cosas en esa máquina y tú ni lo sabes, eso no está en ningún fichero representado, ¿no? Entonces, también, estas cosas que van haciendo que los sistemas se vuelvan viejos y tengan entropía, ¿no? Lo mismo. Si a lo mejor eres una persona que se preocupa por las actualizaciones de seguridad, pues siempre estás metiendo todos los parches, todos los parches, todos los parches, y ya sabemos que a veces, bueno, entre upgrade y upgrade, hay configuraciones que cambian, bueno, que no es una instalación limpia, ¿no? Sino que va acumulando eso, entropía, ¿no? Y si no, lo que pasa es que entonces estás dependiendo de sistemas paquetes, versiones antiguas, y no hay Dios que se atreva a hacer una actualización, ¿no? Con todos los riesgos de seguridad que eso pueda tener, ¿no? Las consecuencias, pues, cuando hay un fallo, pues, se convierte en una urgencia, todo es un problema, tienes que estar en modo apagafuegos ahí, como los bomberos. Tienes máquinas que se comportan extraños, luego no sabes por qué, de repente rutas hay tables que están por ahí, que tampoco lo sabes, y por qué aquí me llega el tráfico y aquí no me llega, y nunca lo sabes, ¿no? Y claro, luego entonces cuando tienes este tipo de problemas, incidentes, pues has perdido mucho tiempo buscando exactamente qué es lo que pasa en este sistema en particular, qué cambios en la configuración que se te ha olvidado meterlo en tu control de versiones, etcétera. ¿Vale? Entonces, bueno, tenemos toda una serie de problemas y entonces, bueno, esto de infraestructura inmutable nos ofrece algunas ventajas, ¿no? Entonces, algunas de ellas que puedo mencionar. Bueno, es fácil hacer un rollback, ¿vale? Siempre tienes disponibles las versiones anteriores de tu sistema completo, tanto la aplicación como el sistema operativo y todas las dependencias, ¿vale? Es fácil de repente poder hacer pruebas de la infraestructura a nivel aislado, ¿vale? Y también te permite que puedas tener ambientes tipo producción para tus tests, para staging, para los mismos desarrolladores, puedas tener, ¿vale? ¿Cuáles son un poco los retos si tú quieres trabajar con infraestructuras inmutables? Bueno, primero que hacen falta herramientas distintas de las que se han utilizado tradicionalmente. Algunas también se pueden adaptar, pero también hace falta herramientas nuevas. Claro, todo tiene que estar automatizado, entonces cuando quieres montar un proyecto, pues el coste inicial de tener que automatizar todo es mayor que si vas y te metes en la máquina y te das paquetes y ya. Arreglar problemas a veces también es un poco más difícil, porque ya no es solo que yo voy, venga, me conecto al server, lo arreglo el problema, eso igual lo puedes hacer, pero claro, si tienes muchos servidores, eso como lo replicas, ¿no? Entonces tienes que o sea, te obliga a que una vez que a lo mejor has encontrado la causa del problema, tienes que ir a hacer un commit, eso tiene que hacer trigger de unos pipelines y claro, todo ese proceso hasta que el fix llega efectivamente a producción, pues puede tardar un poco más de lo, digamos, normal, ¿no? Lo que estamos acostumbrados. Y todo lo que es tema de servicios stateful como base de datos, intentar hacerlo con esta manera, en algunos casos se puede, en otros casos es muy complicado y es duro, ¿vale? Entonces, claro, cuando la gente habla de infraestructuras inmutables, lo que me he encontrado un poco en internet es que la gente habla de solo la infraestructura, y hablan de los servers y toda esa idea, pero claro, si tú quieres desarrollar infraestructuras inmutables, tu aplicación en sí tiene que tener ciertas características que te permitan que tú puedas hacer este tipo de deployment. Entonces, yo quiero hablar ahora primero de como la arquitectura de la aplicación, ¿vale? Y bueno, para buscar un poco de inspiración de gente que ya ha hablado de estos temas, que no son ideas nuevas, ¿vale? Nos encontramos todo el Factor App, que viene de la gente de Heroku, que ya tiene mucho tiempo como trabajando de esta manera, ¿vale? Y ellos crearon este manifiesto, ¿vale? Que es como una metodología para crear aplicaciones SaaS, ¿vale? Y bueno, son como guías en general para crear aplicaciones y que son ideas que son muy buenas cuando quieres trabajar sobre todo en el cloud, ¿vale? Entonces el primer tema que ellos hablan es la configuración, ¿vale? Y lo primero que dicen es que almacenes la configuración como variables de entorno. Entonces, la variable de entorno tiene una ventaja sobre otros mecanismos que son completamente language agnostic, ¿vale? Entonces tú puedes utilizar variables de entorno, da igual el lenguaje de programación que tú quieras utilizar, son un mecanismo que es como universal, ¿no? Y que también es muy flexible. Entonces, ellos dicen, bueno, por todo lo que es configuración, no lo metas en ficheros directamente con tu código, sino tú lo que sea que cambie entre deployments, pues lo separa y lo guardamos en variables de entorno, ¿vale? ¿Qué podemos guardar en esta variable de entorno? Pues bueno, las URLs de tus servicios. ¿Dónde está mi base de datos? ¿Dónde está el servidor de Memcached? Todo este tipo de servicios lo pasas como variables de entorno, como configuración. Credenciales, ¿vale? No hace falta decir meter los passwords en el GitHub, no está bien, aunque sea repo privado. Y luego valores que sean específicos para un tipo de deployment, a lo mejor para un tipo de environment en particular, puedes tener ciertos parámetros que son diferentes y entonces eso lo configuramos así. Luego habla un tema que es los baking services, que es como, bueno, digamos que todos estos servicios que tu máquina puede utilizar, o sea, que tu aplicación va a necesitar donde su curso normal de operaciones, ¿vale? Entonces, el principio que ellos dicen es, no tiene que haber diferencia entre un servicio local que tú puedas tener en tu propio data center o un servicio que puedas tener delegado en un third party, ¿ok? O incluso, aunque estés en la nube, ¿no? Puedes tener una base de datos en un RDS propio tuyo en Amazon, o puedes contratar un software as a service externo del cloud de Amazon y tu aplicación no tienes por qué cambiar, ¿vale? Eso tiene que ser como parte de la configuración misma, ¿vale? Luego, otro tema que es el build, release and run, ¿vale? Entonces, dicen que la idea es que tú tienes que tener como bien separadas estas etapas, ¿vale? Sobre todo lo que sería la parte del build y el run. La parte del release y el run ahora lo explicaré, pero yo por lo menos me encuentro que muchas veces están juntas dependiendo del sistema que estés usando, ¿vale? El build es un mecanismo en el cual coges un repositorio de datos y lo conviertes en un paquete que se puede hacer deployment, ¿vale? Es una versión específica del código, ¿vale? Más buscar todas las dependencias, compilar los assets y crear finalmente ese paquete que vayas a utilizar. Este paquete luego se pasa a la fase de release, ¿vale? Y se va a combinar con lo que sería la configuración del environment, ¿vale? Y finalmente, entonces, ese producto va pasando a la tercera etapa, que sería la etapa del run, que es el runtime mismo, que es donde efectivamente vas entonces a levantar los procesos de la aplicación, ¿vale? Y se va a ejecutar en un ambiente en particular, ¿vale? Entonces, como antes mencionaba, la etapa de release and run muchas veces se hace junto a la vez, y ahora lo voy a explicar un poco como la implementación que tenemos en Shifted, más algunas ideas que no son lo que utilizamos en Shifted, pero que yo creo que también son igualmente válidas, ¿no? Bueno, entonces lo primero, hay que crear si esto tiene que ser un proceso automático. Tú cuando haces un push de tu repositorio, esto tiene que crear un artefacto que se pueda efectivamente hacer deploy, ¿vale? Entonces, si estás usando Heroku, pues es fácil, tú haces git push y ellos hacen todo. Pero si pues, lo tienes que hacer tú, por ejemplo, nosotros usamos Packer, ¿vale? Entonces, utilizamos Packer para crear AMIs, pero si usas Google Compute, pues también tiene un adapter para Google, incluso para crear containers también, sí. Sí.
Son cosas separadas. O sea, el código de la aplicación está dentro de la imagen,
sí.
O haces imagen y luego
no. O sea, también tenemos como imágenes base, pero digamos que es lo mismo. O sea, siempre coges partes de una AMI base, que puede ser o el sistema operativo sin nada instalado, o ya con algunos paquetes que tú, como el departamento, considera que necesitas pues, para login, para monitoring. Todo eso ya puede estar preparado, y entonces hay que instalar en sí lo que sería la aplicación. En Shifted lo que nosotros hacemos es crear paquetes Debian o RPM, ¿vale? Que eso se hace en la fase de testing, pues se ejecutan los tests, y al final de los tests pues se crea un RPM o un Debian y se hace un push a un repositorio. Cuando se va a crear la imagen, pues cogemos un Packer y lo que hace es un yum install de un package o un apt get install de un package, ¿vale? Eso es una manera de hacerlo. Otra manera que también es válida, por ejemplo, si ya tú usas Chef, Ansible, Puppet, lo que tú quieras, pues entonces utilizar eso en el momento de crear la build. Entonces Packer también tiene soporte pues, para usar estas herramientas de provisioning, ¿vale? Bueno, hacer git clone de tu proyecto, bundle install, npm install, pip install, lo que tú quieras, como es el Perl. Es lo mismo. Ok. Al final te descargas dependencia de tu lenguaje de programación, más la dependencia del sistema, se acaba creando todo eso, ¿vale? Si no quiero usar nada de eso, también puedo usar Shell Script, aunque tampoco lo recomiendo porque empieza todo muy fácil y luego se va complicando. Entonces, bueno, yo recomendaría o dedicar el tiempo a crear packages del sistema operativo o usar un sistema de provisioning como Chef, Ansible, Puppet. No sé, Packer lo bueno que tiene es que soporta todo y luego también crea imágenes que soportan muchos proveedores cloud, entonces incluso Docker, entonces está bastante bien en ese sentido. Luego, para el manejo de configuración, hay como dos maneras que se puede hacer. Por ejemplo, si utilizas Docker, pues lo tradicional es que se inyecta la configuración. Entonces tú arrancas tu container y entonces en el runtime especifica, bueno, mis variables de entorno son tal, ¿no? Y eso está muy bien, pero por ejemplo nosotros no usamos containers, usamos máquinas virtuales. Entonces lo que hacemos es, cuando arranca el proceso en sí de la aplicación, o bueno, en una máquina virtual al final pueden haber muchos servicios ejecutándose como parte de esa máquina virtual, pues ellos lo que hacen es van a un Key Value Store, que en nuestro caso por ejemplo es DynamoDB, pero puedo utilizar Consul, puedo usar el CD, puedo usar lo que es una base de datos relacional, puedo usar lo que tú quieras. Voy, busco mi configuración en un servicio externo, ¿vale? Y entonces hago una evaluación de esas variables, hago los exports y finalmente ejecutas tu proceso. Y entonces tu aplicación, digamos que en sí no tiene por qué saberlo, eso es un concern de lo que sería la parte de release dentro de que cuando arranca la máquina, pues arranca Obstacle, arranca un proceso y entonces lo primero que hace es coger la configuración y luego entonces sí, arranco mi aplicación con la configuración que tengo en ese momento. Logs, ¿vale? La gente normalmente siempre se olvidan de los logs, sobre todo los que no trabajan la parte de operaciones, ¿vale? Los developers nunca piensan en los logs, pero son importantes. Entonces, por ejemplo, el Factor App dice que tú en realidad todos los logs de todos los procesos de tu aplicación lo que tendrían que hacer es escribir a stdout, ¿vale? Y luego utilizar algún sistema de login que coge el output del stdout y lo redirecciona, ¿vale? Nosotros en realidad no lo hacemos así, utilizamos un proveedor que se llama Sumologic, ¿vale? Entonces Sumologic lo que tiene es un agente que se está ejecutando en la máquina y tú le pasas una configuración donde dices, mira, estos son mis ficheros de logs, y entonces él hace el parsing y lo envía a otro sistema. Lo importante es que los logs no se quedan en local. Los logs tienes que enviarlos a un sistema que te permita luego procesarlos, simplemente aunque sea para hacer troubleshooting y ver qué pasa en las máquinas, pero luego es interesante si utilizas otros sistemas que te permiten hacer analytics sobre tus logs, ¿vale? Manejo de secretos. Esto también es bastante interesante. El mecanismo de configuración en sí es un mecanismo que es suficientemente flexible como para manejar los secretos, ¿vale? Entonces, los secretos no se meten en el código, no van en el GitHub, ¿vale? No van en los readmes tampoco, por favor. Si no, lo pasamos como una configuración del ambiente, ¿vale? Entonces, por ejemplo, nosotros ¿qué hacemos? En DynamoDB guardamos los passwords, ¿vale? Pero no vamos a guardar los passwords en texto plano, digamos que cualquiera con acceso a Dynamo pueda leerlos, ¿no? Entonces, los passwords los guardan en DynamoDB, pero utilizamos un servicio de criptografía de Amazon que se llama KMS, ¿vale? Y luego controlamos que las instancias en particular tengan, por ejemplo, solo acceso para desencriptar los secretos que se han hecho con una key en particular. Entonces podemos limitar qué acciones podemos hacer. Claro, eso si estás dentro de Amazon lo tienes así. Yo no sé si en Google tienen algún sistema similar, pero bueno, hay servicios como por ejemplo Paul, ¿vale? Que tú puedes tenerlo en tu red y entonces que las instancias accedan a Baul para recuperar sus secretos. Yo no conozco mucho Baul, cómo hacer el tema de access control y todo eso, pero bueno, por ejemplo con Amazon, si estás usando Amazon, mi recomendación, usa KMS. Luego tenemos las estrategias de deployment, ¿vale? Sí, a 5 minutos. Okay. Bien. Tenemos blue, green deployments, también red, black, y hay muchos colores, ¿vale? Normalmente son 2, pero la idea es la siguiente, ¿no? Tú tienes tu deployment, ¿vale? Creas otra copia de la infraestructura completa. Si tienes 5 servers, pues tú creas 5 servers nuevos, esperas a que arranquen, que estén todos healthy, se conectan a tu load balancer, ¿vale? Lo pruebas, dices, está todo bien, guay, y luego desactivo el otro cluster anterior, que lo puedes dejar por si te necesitas hacer un rollback durante un tiempo prudencial y finalmente eliminar, ¿vale? Y luego tenemos una variante que se llama Canary Release, que es básicamente lo mismo, pero en vez de crear una copia idéntica de tu infraestructura, pues crear a lo mejor un server o 2 servers o un porcentaje de servers. y vas incrementando gradualmente. Puedes crear un par de servers con la versión nueva del código, vas monitorizando, no observas que se haya incrementado los error rates de manera abrupta, la operación parece que está todo normal, las máquinas no tienen regresiones, que puede ser de memoria, cualquier cosa que tú estés monitorizando, dice, está todo bien, va aumentando 20%, 50%, 80%, y luego hasta que finalmente ya el 100% del tráfico pasa a la nueva versión y finalmente destrapa. Simplemente una variante de lo del blue-green, pero haciéndolo en plan progresivo. Y luego hay una parte que es cuando trabajas con aplicaciones, por ejemplo, en Rails o en Python y utilizas una base de datos relacional, no usas en Mongo ni nada así fashion. Entonces, ¿cómo haces, no? Para manejar las migraciones. Entonces, lo que hemos encontrado, que está funcionando bastante bien, es cuando arranca el proceso de la aplicación, lo primero que hace es actualizar la base de datos, ¿vale? ¿Qué pasa? Que para que eso pueda funcionar tiene que ser un proceso que sea idempotente, es decir, que tú lo ejecutas en una máquina y si vuelves a arrancar el proceso, pues el resultado tiene que ser el mismo. Bien que, bueno, Rails, por ejemplo, lo hace, ¿no? Marca esta migración ya se ejecutó y no la vuelve a ejecutar. Entonces no hay problema de que cada vez que arranque intente ejecutar migraciones, si hay algo que hacer, lo hace. Y si no hay nada que hacerlo, pues no lo hace, ¿vale? El código viejo y el nuevo tienen que trabajar con el nuevo esquema. Entonces, claro, no puedes simplemente a lo mejor hacer drop de una columna. Tienes que a lo mejor crear una nueva columna temporalmente, hacer que el código nuevo trabaje con la tabla vieja si existe o con la nueva. Y luego finalmente cuando eso ya esté y tengas todo el código nuevo, pues entonces haces una release donde finalmente puedes hacer el renaming y todo eso. O sea, a veces hay que hacer las migraciones en 2 pasos, pero también es bueno porque, o sea, no quieres tener downtime. Pero es una cosa que hay que tener en cuenta cuando vas a hacer cambios en el esquema de la base de datos, ¿vale? Y finalmente, para poner esto en producción, lo que hacemos es un canary release con un nodo. Entonces, hay aplicaciones que necesitan ejecutar migraciones de base de datos, pues la estrategia es, levanto un server. Cuando ese server está healthy, ¿qué significa? Que ha hecho todas las migraciones y que ha arrancado y está respondiendo correctamente. Entonces digo, bueno, ya mi base de datos está actualizada, despliego el resto de servidores, cuando eso esté listo, lo hace. Entonces reutilizamos el mismo patrón del canary release para poder ejecutar las migraciones sin tener que montar un tinglado demasiado complejo de que si la aplicación arranque y crear un log distribuido para hacer que solo una instancia va a ejecutar migración. Al final, hemos encontrado que esta es una solución que funciona muy bien y como está todo automatizado, pues no hemos tenido problemas con ello, ¿vale? Y eso es todo. Muchas gracias. No sé si hay preguntas. Bueno. Shameless. Promotion. Sí. Ok, no, ¿preguntas? ¿No? ¿Nada? Ok. Bueno. Ok, vale, muy bien. Pues nada, muchas gracias entonces.
Te iba a preguntar justo lo de la migración de base de datos. Lo que pasa es que entonces, siempre que arranca, las migraciones.
Una mierda que me pasa a mí con las variables en torno a la práctica a veces, tío,
Sí.
es cuando estás corriendo un servidor que tiene un master y que hace forks con slaves, ¿vale? Entonces, si necesito cambiar algo o añadir alguna o algo así, necesito downtime. Bueno, downtime en esa máquina por lo menos. Porque el proceso master tiene que rebotarse para pillar el nuevo entorno.
Okay.
¿Sabes? Porque si haces deployments que sean progresivos y tal, donde el master es persistente y lo único que está haciendo es matar hijos y lanzar los nuevos, con la cariño, pues claro, el master, como no has rebotado el master, no pilla el entorno nuevo. Es un coche que me encontraba a práctica con la entorno.
Pues no he trabajado en ese caso así en particular.
Claro, no se dan todo, claro, eso solo es el caso particular, sino no.
Pero, bueno, o sea, bueno, como todo. Nosotros lo que sí, por ejemplo, que sí hacíamos en sí, por ejemplo,
sí,
es que en sí usaban Console, ¿vale? Y entonces teníamos, en Console tiene una cosa que tú te puedes suscribir a unas keys que se llaman los handlers. Y entonces, claro, o sea,
no sé qué es Console.
Console es como un key value store,
Sí.
¿vale? Y aunque no sé si con LCD también se puede hacer. Pero el hecho es que tú tienes como un watcher y tú dices, mira, si en este key cambia,
Ajá.
tú ejecutas este comando.
Ok.
¿Vale? Y eso está siempre allí.
Ah,
Entonces no teníamos que hacer un deployment nuevo, sino que automáticamente la configuración cambiaba y entonces podías hacer un restart del proceso y podías hacer un restart graceful, matar las conexiones, que no estén las conexiones y luego
sí.
hacer respawning. No sé si en el caso de lo que tú me estás contando podría funcionar.
Sí, si puedes hacer un restart, sí que podría funcionar si el código que inicializa la aplicación, que es lo que corre en el fork, ese código chequea estos valores con ese servicio.
Pero claro, en
funcionaría.
ese caso en particular, claro, tiene que ser ya una responsabilidad de la aplicación también, o del proceso de boot de la aplicación de consultar ese equivalio externo y
Pero eso no me preocupa porque al final la aplicación hace algo de eso. Es decir, si por ejemplo, tiene que saber de dónde leer ese valor. O sea, me da igual si el leerlo es chequear el entorno, que chequear un servicio, que chequear un YAML. Al final, digamos, en cuanto a responsabilidades, la aplicación igualmente tiene la responsabilidad de saber de dónde tiene que checar el valor. O sea que cambiar emp por una llamada a ese servicio, yo lo veo que se queda igual todo a nivel de responsabilidad.
Lo que tú no quieres normalmente es, por ejemplo, meter todo lo que, en mi experiencia, por ejemplo, meter toda esta responsabilidad mucho dentro de la aplicación, porque ¿qué pasa? Que si tú tienes luego un adaptador de base de datos, entonces, ¿qué hago? Tengo que leer de este key y luego ¿cómo reinicializo mi adaptador de base de datos? Por ejemplo, Active Record, tengo que matar conexiones, estarlo cambiando, tal vez. Claro, pero si tienes Active Record y tienes Red y tienes Memcache y vas agregando servicios y servicios dependientes, si usas esa estrategia, al final, tío, es complicadísimo. Bueno, necesitas escribir 20 adaptadores, además, en 20 aplicaciones distintas. Entonces, en ese sentido, es mejor que sea un proceso externo que inicialice la aplicación ya con las variables de entorno hechas. En el caso que tú me dices, pues bueno, es un caso un poco más específico y yo lo vería bien, pero a lo mejor solo las variables que corresponden a lo que tú dices del master y luego el resto, como que en sí el código de los slaves, por ejemplo, que reciba sus variables de entorno de manera tonta y no tengan que preocuparse ellos de buscarlas, ¿no?
Sí. Bueno, pero si seguimos con variables de entorno, el problema sigue estando ahí, en el caso de este tipo de servicios, ¿vale? Porque el problema fundamental es que las variables de entorno solo viajan a través de procesos y subprocesos, y si no matas el padre, por mucho que rebotes a los hijos no les pasa al entorno nuevo, no puede.
Pero ¿y el padre no podría hacer fetch de eso?
En el caso que yo tengo en la cabeza, el padre, bueno, si tiene algún, por ejemplo, si tiene algún hook como un pre-fork o algo así, a lo mejor podría. Si es
o sea que, por ejemplo,
si es por entorno, es por entorno, no, porque el padre ya tiene su entorno. Tú no le puedes inyectar entorno a un proceso.
Pero en Ruby, si tú cambias el length y luego haces un fork, no hereda el length del padre.
Claro, pero
no lo he probado, ¿eh?
Claro, no, pero el tema está en que tú ya tienes forks corriendo. Y el padre es un proceso permanente. Y es el que consigue que no haya downtime. A no ser que tengas una granja de máquinas y puedes hacer, ¿vale?
Pero suponte que el padre sabe obtener esos valores del keyvalue y nota que hay un cambio. Si él se cambia su propio environment, cuando haces otro fork, heredaría las variables.
Efectivamente, eso funcionaría.
Eso es lo que digo, que a lo mejor solo el padre adquiere esa responsabilidad, pero los hijos siguen siendo, digamos, tontitos, ¿no? No se preocupan de ellos hacer fetch, sino que se...
Eso funcionaría. Si tú, por ejemplo, si tú tienes algún tipo de control sobre el padre, que no sea un servicio opaco en un binario que tú no controlas, ¿vale? Pero por ejemplo, si tienes, aunque sea un callback, que diga, antes de hacer un fork, por favor, ejecuta esto. Pues ahí sería el punto. Claro. Ese callback.
Ya no sé si es algo que tienes en particular. O
sea, el ejemplo canónico es Puma. Okay. El ejemplo canónico es Puma. Puma le haces un master y tiene
icos. Pero tú puedes reiniciar Puma en un sistema
tiene Graceful, ¿no? Tiene Graceful, pero el Graceful funciona porque porque no mata al padre. El padre es el que va diciendo, vale, muérete, 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 y ves lanzando, pero el padre sigue vivo.
Ok.
Si
Pero
quiere-
como tiene un hook de preform, ¿no? Que utilizas para el record, para
efectivamente, ahí es donde,
Claro, a lo
donde
mejor en
estaba
el-
viendo.
en el preform decirle
Eso es.
actualiza
Sí,
el
chequea lo de allá,
environment,
me toco el environment y entonces lo vas a hacer. Sí, funcionaría. A ese truco no lo había pensado yo. Está bien.
porque claro, lo que digo es que, por ejemplo, nosotros en Sync nos encontramos esto, que decían, bueno, pero dentro de la aplicación, si cambia la conexión de base de datos, pues que la misma aplicación reinicie la conexión de aquí record de la base de datos. Pero claro, nos encontramos que, bueno, pero ¿qué pasa? Pues eso, claro, entonces tengo que escribir un sistema adaptador para Active Record. Tengo que escribir un sistema adaptador para el Ready, uno para el membership, agregar dependencias. Luego, aparte de eso, tienes 20 aplicaciones que hacían eso. Entonces, pues decimos, bueno, lo hacemos externo. Entonces, teníamos procesos que decían, pues mira, si me cambia la key del memcache o la key del servidor de Ready o la key de no sé cuánto, reinicia.
Está bien esa solución.
Y entonces, tu aplicación sigue siendo tonta, ella
Sí.
simplemente recibe su configuración por ahora el entorno y hay alguien que es el que se está preocupando de que eso se mantenga actualizado. Y
Está bien.
bueno, funcionaba. Es una manera de hacerlo. Nosotros aquí, si queremos cambiar variables de entorno, vamos a, o sea, cambiamos en el storage y otro deployment. Todo la basura. Pero bueno, eso puede ser factible en algunos casos, pero en otros no tanto.
Muy bien.
Y luego, por ejemplo, la gente
¿Me acompañas a buscar cafeína, tío? Que va a empezar el amigo, digo.
¿No hay una adaptadora encima de la mesa de mini display? Oh, aquí. Y la pregunta ¿es el mío o voy a robar otro más de la empresa?
No sé, aquí está.
No sé, la gente que le gusta uno y me lo pide porque sabe que lo habré robado yo en algún momento.
Está.
Espera, que voy a stop recording y lo vuelvo a arrancar.
Ahora que te tenéis que darse un hielo.
Eso es lo peor.
Bueno, algo más.
Oh, qué pena que no fuese café. Ya ves.
¿Quieres agua? No, te agua.
Sí,
Dime,
Esto se graba, ¿no?
estoy en ello.
grabamos, se ha visto con el agua.
¡Oh! ¡Oh!
Mira, ya está llamando al Javi.
No, que quedan en local. Los blogs tienen
¡Ey!
El futuro es wireless.
Mira, déjalo es compatible. Intenta que no te arranque el lóbulo.
Lo tengo al revés, ¿no? Haciendo todo mal.
No.
Soy capaz de hacer este tipo de cosas. Como hacer algo al espejo.
No. Y...
Hola. Bueno, when the guy sitting beside me talks, I will start. No. Okay, hi. This is a kind of nice title for the talk, but it's much less fancier. It's all deploy bot. In fact, yeah. Hi. in fact, this bot is kind of a hack, but we'll see. 5 years ago, we started the company, Say Super, and from the beginning, it was a supermarket to rule them all. So, nice. And we decided to automate everything. We decided to automate as much as we can. Because when we started, we knew we would have a lot of pieces going around, a lot of boxes. And at that time, everybody was talking about automation. That's the truth. So we started the project like only two of us. I was working kind of at full time, and another guy was helping me in weekends. So we don't have many time to do things, to remember how to install things. And we did fail in the past, so we already knew that was a great way into the fail, not to automate. So we started automating how we create virtual machines. We were using OpenVC. Now we are using LXC, but at the end it's the same, like soft virtualization. So we started using Puppet, like really old version of Puppet. It was a complete mess. It was horrible. Well, for me, I never understood why someone took Ruby code that looks beautiful and he makes something that looks horrible with it. It's like DSL to broke Ruby. I don't know. And it was really hard to do things, and it was really hard to do things with Perl because there were not many people using Perl. So if you were using Ruby, it was easy to use Puppet because there was a lot of recipes for Ruby, but not for Perl. So, well, we use it. Now we use Ansible, and how we do deploy our applications. Because okay, now we have virtual machines. Now we need to deploy our applications, and there is where we understood the problem, because we tried it with Puppet, and yeah, we kind of, well, it was possible using operating system packages, but we wanted to use Perl Brew for deploy. We wanted to cook all our Perls. So it was really hard because everything was running with sudo, and well, it was really weird we have to write a lot of bash into Ruby to deploy something without any control. It was really mess. So we discovered some small project that's called Rex. Yay, thanks to that guy. And well, since Rex is a Perl project, it was really easy to deploy Perl project with Rex. So we started using it, but we didn't replace all we already had with Puppet because we didn't have time for this. We need to create our company. So we added to our stack. So we start using Rex for deploy for Perl applications. Rex for me is kind of similar to Ansible in some way. It's nice. And you write Perl, so for me it's easier. And we use Perl Brew, and well, we use a lot of stuff to run applications. And then we have workers. We have a lot of boxes with workers. We use workers for everything. We spread with workers, we store in databases with workers, we send mails with workers, and we crazy stuff with workers. We have kind of 100-something different classes, different kind of workers. So we have a lot of boxes. And how we deploy this? Well, we multiplex SSH and run Git on every box at the same time. And that's it. And we did this, well, I did this hack in the beginning. The other stuff, I didn't do it. Javi did it. But I did this horrible stuff. Most of the horrible stuff is mine. But it worked. In fact, we still use this horrible hack with a little bit more additions.
Which is the second one?
Yeah, that's the nice part. This Mr. Shell, and Mr. Shell is a Perl module, well, that installs a binary that will multiplex SSH sessions. So you say, we will see an example, but you say, Mr. Shell in this machine, and it will connect and run whatever it comes later. But you can also say Mr. Shell a bunch of machines, and it will do the same all in parallel. Or you can say, you can have a configuration file with groups, and you say Mr. Shell, this group, this command. So this is with one line of like attached commands we deploy. We will see the command. So at this point, we were hacking a lot. We were like kind of deploying all the time without having anything in production yet, but we were deploying like 10 times a day. It worked quite good. And everything was automated. But yeah, it was automated. Now you will see what the automated looks like. This was how we deploy our application. We go into the directory where we have the deploy stuff, yeah, the rec stuff, and we ran first the first command and second the second command. Till last week, I didn't really understood why we were doing this, but well, the purpose of this talk was mainly to fix all the stuff or to understand most of the stuff and to implement some things that CES asked me to implement. So well, I was reviewing everything, and well, at the end, what happened here is the first thing will check out the code, and it will create a package with the code with the branch we provided. In this case, it's master. So it will check out the code, goes to master, and then create a gzip file. And then when the package is built, it will go in parallel to all the boxes in the group web, and it will run this command. It's kind of it's a batch where it will run several commands. And again, it needs to know which branch it is because that's part of the name of the gzip file. But it doesn't look good. It's like, why? If you already did it, well, it worked like that, and it worked. It worked. So yeah, I already done that. So then we have another application, and we have only changed this, and we can deploy our admin application. And then we have another application, and we change that. And again, the same thing. We deploy the application. We can deploy in other branch. This is completely this is an error on the slide because it should be the same, so this won't work. But well, this happens when you do this manually. So this is kind of automated, but not yet. And this is how we deploy workers. What we do with workers is, okay, Mr. Shell, the group of workforces, and first source this file because we use Perl brew. Then go where you have to git checkout, and then we do all this stuff instead of a git pull. And why we do this is because the format we need for the output of what changed, because we provide that output to a Perl program we wrote, says can I, that this will parse the output, and we have all our code is in one huge repository, and every module is a different Perl package, Perl class, Perl package, sorry. So it will detect what changed and what needs to be revealed because of it wasn't like this at the beginning, but the problem was it was taking like 10 minutes to deploy each application because it was rebuilding all the world at once. So well, now it's much easier, and this works, and this will deploy in whatever this means. It can nowadays it's around 40 boxes. It works. So yeah, it was good. Done and finished. No. Well, how we handle this? Because okay, now that the automation is a little bit tricky to use, we need to remember how to use the automation. So now we need to automate the automation, right? So this is the point where we decide we need a bot. Probably we read Hacker News too much, and we read about every like big name was using bots. But on the other hand, I always loved the idea of having a bot. In fact, I had an IRC bot way in the past that I used to let running at home, and it randomly talk with people and give random phrases from Bender the robot. And the amazing thing that when I came back at home, it was around like 20 years ago, when I went back to my home after work, a lot of people were trying to engage with the bot. Because at that time, IRC was for that. No people. And I had a really nice time reading all the conversation because I have full logs of everything. So I really liked the idea of having a bot. I was thinking about it, we were talking about it for a lot of time, and one rainy Sunday, I decided to give it a try. So I started to write our bot, and it's called Bender, of course. So yeah, I'm too lazy. This should say, yes, I will deploy for you. I didn't do it. So what we need for the bot? First, it needs to be online. It needs to deploy our tasks. Sure. It will be nice. It wasn't a must, and we know that it's much better if we have a software for monitoring. We are not trying to replace that, but we had really some crazy ideas for monitoring with the bot, and we liked the idea, and why not? Yeah, exactly. So it will be nice if it can blah blah blah, whatever. So it should be pluggable. Sure. So we don't have any line of code, but we already know we need a pluggable bot. And at that point, if someone of you knows a little bit of cpan, there is plenty of bots. In fact, there is one that's called pluggable bot or bot pluggable and several of those. But no, I wanted to write it myself. Why? Why not? Right. So I started, like I start every module. I created a class. Every class inside Super starts with supers. Crazy idea. And we decided to use Java because of Shetalk. That I was talking about it with someone, and he asked me what the hell is Shetalk? Because now they call Hangouts, same thing, and mostly because it has push notifications, and it was free, so we didn't need it for deploy, but it will be nice for alerting. So I started my class. I use Moose, of course. I use any event because the bot has to always be online and responsive. And once you engage with any event, you need to go all the way down with any event or some kind of event loop prepared code. So, okay, I searched in cpan, I found this fantastic module, and well, I created a class where I can pass user, password. This is a flag I will explain later. It mostly says when the bot is already connected. And we have plugins, and we have the conn bar, and we store the connection, right? So what it does? Well, it creates a connection. This is almost copied from documentation, from the synopsis. We only changed like Gmail and Shetalk, and mostly this was the most important bit because at the beginning it didn't work. Because you need to say, I will use the old style SSL to connect to the legacy Java server into Gmail, into Shetalk, sorry. So, after that, Moose will run build for us. It will init plugins, whatever it is. It will init events, whatever it is. And at some point, we will have something that we will call run to start, and run will connect will connect, and it will go into the event loop, and that's it. And the rest is event loop thing. But before of that, we need to see what init plugins and events means. So events. This is full documented in the class. We say, okay, when session is ready, use this callback. When roster update, use this callback. When a message came, use this callback. And when error came, use this callback. At the end, all the callbacks are triggering things, right? We'll see later. So when ready came, it will trigger ready passing an argument that says it's ready next MPP. Why? Well, we'll see later. This is something we never use, but it's there because I copy pasted from Synopsys, probably. When a message came, okay, of course I have to trigger a message and such. Okay. So then I initialize some more events. Like this is something not related to Shower, but this is mostly related with our bot. So what this will do is tick will trigger the tick event every kind of 1 second. I say can because it depends on the loop. But well, it will trigger tick all the time. So it's like tick 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 tick. And when someone says sends a signal to the bot, I want to trigger shutdown. So the plugins can do whatever they need to do to clean up. So, and then I will call send to get out of the loop. So they need plugins. It's a little bit tricky thing. What we do is in plugins we get the names and we will namespace those and we try to load those classes. And if we can use those classes, we will create a new object of those classes and we will register. That means adding again into plugins, but at this point, I completely emptied the plugins array. So it came with strings, and after this, it will have objects for every plugin. And probably this code is why I wanted to write this, because I wanted to write this. I don't know what. I wanted to play with it. So yeah, this code will, at the end, will have all the plugins initialized. All the plugins will have a reference to the bot, so everyone can talk to the bot, and the bot can talk to the channel, whatever it is. Now it's XMPP. And trigger is really easy. Trigger is just go around all the plugins and go, and if the plugin has that method, we will call it with arguments, right? It is mostly understood till now. Yeah? No? Okay. So at this point, we have kind of all the parts of our bot. Our bot can do nothing now, right? But it can run. We can use it, right? We don't have plugins, but it will start, it will connect, and it will do nothing. And this is how we do it. We use our bot, and then we create. You say, okay, this is our user. This is my password for Gmail, and I have no plugins. Yeah. Okay, and this will connect. No one will know, but it will connect. Well, someone will, who is friend with him in Hangouts, will know. That's it. He will do nothing when you talk to it. But it worked. At this point, it worked. And it was really happy because it has to do nothing. So I wrote the first testing plugin, and I need to write also a role for it. So what I did was, okay, this is kind of a hello world plugin, and when bot is ready, it will send me a message saying go so super. And on every tick, it will print on the console tick tick tick. And when he gets a message, it will print out on the console. Yeah, pretty easy. But this send message, where it comes? Well, this is a method of the bot that comes from the plugin we are using there. So this role will give us access to the bot and to some methods. Yeah? So now we can have a kind of a baby vendor where we use the hello world. And yeah, at that time it was a really cute baby that does nothing. Well, he said hello world. So it was time for grow up. It was time to do something. It was time to deploy things, right? So we started writing the first plugin that was deploy with Rex. Those 3 lines that it's like into a Perl class. So what we did was, again, we use the bot plugin. We use another role that is runner, we'll see, and another that is peers that we won't see, and it's not important, mainly to translate email addresses to Slack nicknames, so we can show pictures of the people who deploy things on Slack. And we know when something is running, and we know which was the last message. This was a problem, I will tell later. And we have all the environments. This is a huge, I cannot put this into the slide. This should go into a config file, but no, it's there. And this is all the information it needs to validate that the message that you received to deploy is valid. It's a valid application on a valid environment. And at this point, it has a lot more information to decide how to call Rex, because at start I showed some Rex lines and it looked mostly like all the same, but it has some differences. It was not 100% coherent, so I need to do some tricks here. But, well, at the end, this is a beautiful code that will parse the message. It will get the body of the message. It will see if it says deploy an application, probably with a branch, and probably with an environment, some environment. And then it will add some defaults. It will see if it's running. And, oh, nothing changed, right? It should, well, yes, it's really hard to see. Okay. So at the end, it will call Rex deploy Rex, passing all the arguments. The rest is not important. The rest is just to get the last standard error output of the deploy, or to see who is deploying, who did the last deploy and where, and help. So deploying Rex is mainly doing what we already did with a lot of Perl code around. And at the end, what we will do is to run the command, right? So we join all the lines together with and then we run the command. And run the command is provided by the other role, the runner role. So this is, it's mainly wrapping any event util run cmd, right? It will just configure it and it will run the command asynchronously. So what it finished, it will call the callback, and yeah, it finished. It will say now it says on those days. Well, it will reply. It will reply to the original message, and it will say, "Okay, I'm finished." It can also say many things. It can say, "I'm starting doing this," then I'm in the middle of doing this, and I'm finished doing this, but now I will do another thing. So this is all messages going back to where it came from, so to Java at that time. And also these days, after replying, it will also announce into Slack. So this notification, yes.
Just one question. The run CMD,
It's from any event util.
And this runs like a QX or
This runs this shell out anything, and
non-blocking.
non-blocking. Yes, exactly. And this is like the simple form where you say, okay, when you finish, just tell me. But you can get line by line asynchronously. So, okay, notification were handled by another plugin. And the nice thing of this triggering thing is that it's not only that the bot will trigger events. Any plugin can trigger events because any plugin has access to the bot. So anyone can say bot trigger XXX. So once you have plugins, some other plugin can say, okay, announce this. If there is no plugins that knows how to announce, that's okay. There will be no announce. But if there is a plugin, there will. So this is nice because at the beginning we were using HipChat, now we are using Slack, but the only thing we did was replace plugin. So this is like the Slack plugin. It's really small code. It's any event HTTP. It will call the API with our credentials. And what it does, now this is removed, but it was on the first version. What it does is it will notify every time the bot is ready. This is really nice because everybody knows when I'm playing with the bot and restarting it. So yeah, got removed. But what it does, it provides this method. It provides notify. So notify will encode and it will asynchronously use the API and send the message. And at the end, if it fails, it will trigger inform op. That's something that we don't know who implement. But if someone implements how to inform operators, it will inform that something is failing. So at this point, we have a deploy bot. And we can talk with it in Java. So we can say deploy app from the branch cashback of the app to pre-pro environment. And it works. This is one message that it says in Spanish, okay, I will do it. I will tell you when I finish, and it says done. And it worked. It was pretty good. At this point, we got another plugin to deploy workers that was almost the same thing. And we got a lot of crazy plugins, mostly completely unuseful plugins. But it was fun. I mean, every night I was like there, I didn't know what to do, so I tried any stupid thing to do. And well, at the beginning I say we wanted to monitor things. Yes, we have monitoring. We know when something breaks in the low level. But I don't know, it looked really nice, and it was much easier for us to hack into a kind of Perl code to do things. It's really easy. We already have something to call asynchronous to a web, so we are into our network, so we can call internally and we can do requests, and then we can check if those requests have something we need on it. So we did it. So again, this needs to be in a configuration, but it was just there. So every time we need to add a box, we need a commit. It's horrible, but well, it was like that. And this is the guy who implemented the inform operator, because this also has hard-coded the operators. And well, it worked, and it checked if this application has this word. This is really a main category on our website, so it should be there. This doesn't check anything, but check if the deploy moved all the images where it has to go, because this was a little bit of a problem at some point. So it checks a lot of stuff every minute or every 2 minutes or something like that. Let me see. With this code, so on every tick, it will see every kind of 20 seconds. So if the last time it checked was more than 20 seconds ago, it will run everything. Yes, so it will just hit all the boxes, and if someone fails, it will tell us. And it will tell us in Hangouts that has push notifications, and it's great. It worked, and yeah, it worked. So at this point, well, we were really happy with this. We had a lot of work, real work to do. So we kind of slept on it for several years, till probably 6 months ago or something, or a year ago, where we changed a little bit, but not much. And then Cesc convinced me to send this talk, mainly so I will be forced to work on it. So for the last 10 days, I was working on it, and I did kind of an evolution of it. So yeah, this is the thing I did a year ago, something like that. I think this was done by another guy, by Isma. Isma replaced. At some point, Isma started working with us, and he was used to Slack, and we were using HipChat. We were not really happy with HipChat because it was hanging all the time, but I didn't want to change because we already had the bot, and I didn't want to touch again the bot. So at some point I told him, if you write the plugin for this, I will happily move everyone to Slack. So he did it, so we have it. So what we mainly did for this was we added the Slack client. In this case, we use the Mojo Slack RTM because, well, I tried another one that was an any event thing and it failed, and this was really nice API. It works. Mojo can plug into the wheel that was running, so it was really easy. So the other thing we add was, okay, I need to init Slack also. And okay, when you get the hello event, you will trigger the ready, because this is the same as ready in XMPP. When you got a message, you trigger a message, but at this point there was a problem, and this is where I jump into it, because all our plugins, all our things were expecting to receive an XMPP object, a message object, because when we did it, we didn't expect to do this. It was just a weekend hack. So, well, what we did was what we do everything. We need to do things like that. That's we wrap what we have in something that behaves like it, or let us decide what to do with it. So we wrap it into a class that is Slack message, and we initialize it with what we get from this event, that is the Slack connection and the user. And the event, yeah. We receive the Slack connection, and we receive an object that is the event from the other class. And we do that only in the subtype. If the subtype is of some type, it is different than an announce, because Slack has announcements, and we don't want to react on announcements. So yeah. This is the wrapper, and what the wrapper has is a method to reply. So when we reply, it will reply to the message it got. If it is a channel, well, it always gets a channel. If it's a user, the channel will be the user, and this will work. It knows who was the person. This is kind of mimicking what the XMPP was doing, kind of. It has a body like the other. It has a channel that wasn't present in the XMPP, but it has it, and that's it. So this was the missing part of the bot. The bot already had this send message thing. So we changed this code so it can decide, okay, what I have here. If what I have is not a class, okay, I will assume it is an email address or something I can pass into XMPP, because it works like that in XMPP. You can say, I want to send a message to this email, and it will work if that email is in the roster. But if it is an XMPP class, because it can be a message that you are replying to a message, it will get the from the message, and again it will do the same as before. And if not, it will call reply on the object, because it assumes it's a Slack wrapper. And this is really important to keep in mind now. And yeah, it worked. It worked quite good. So we started to use much more this thing on Slack. And we kind of forgot that we had support for XMPP, because most of the time we use Slack. Slack also has push notifications. So most of our days are on Slack. So we use Slack for everything. Which is the problem of that? Well, the problem is the bot is connected to every public channel. So if anything that anyone says on that channel matched anything the bot knows how to do, it will do, because he don't know when someone is talking to him or not. So this was kind of a problem, but not that big, but well, it was not really nice. So I write another plugin that will kind of replace the plugin role. And this one is called command plugin. So this will pre-parse the message. It's kind of another dispatcher on top of the dispatcher. So it will parse the message, and what it will get from it is the first thing before the space, right? But he will also decide whatever the message class is, if it came from XMPP or Slack or whatever, it will decide if the message is for him, and it always will decide, it will get the first token, and it will call that a command. So what it will do, it will see if the class that is consuming this role knows how to do that command. So it checks if it has the method called cmd underscore the name of the command, right? And it will call that method, and it will simulate it's calling it on itself. It will pass the message, and it will pass arguments. Yeah, the argument is all the rest of the command that comes after the command, split by spaces. But it will only do it if the message is to him. So this fixed that problem. So now we have to rewrite every other plugin that was using plugin to use this one, but well, that was I was doing this week. And we needed faster deploys. Well, when I start looking into this, I start looking into reg stuff that I never looked before. And as I told before, I decided, like, okay, this is really weird. Why we have to call all of this? If this is made for automation, we need to know a lot to do this. So I start looking into the code. Like, was my second time looking into reg for real. And I was kind of stuck in somewhere. And it was around 4 in the night. And I was there, and I was completely stuck, so I know Ferky. So I sent Ferky a Hangout message at 4 for something. And I say, hey, I have this problem. I explain all my problem. What I was expecting was to Ferky when he got up, next day, Saturday, I think it was, something like that, to read my message and answer. So my plan was to fire and forget, right? I fire my question to Ferky and then go to sleep, because my daughter will get up in 3 hours. But, well, this guy he got up at 4:30. I don't know why. He saw my message. He started writing me. He started explaining. He started asking questions to me, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I fucked it up."
Actually, you know, I bought this will hang out for messages.
Right. I will try not to do it again.
Really good AI.
So, thanks to that guy, I was till 7 fixing all this stuff, and I almost fixed it. My daughter got up at 7:30, so it was a fantastic weekend. Yeah, sure. And now, after all this work, all I need to do is this, and this solves a lot of problems. It's not only one line. It's not only it will get only once from the deployment. It will also be much faster because it gives a clone of the repo and then it copies and then it changes branches. Well, it's much faster. But another thing it does is when it creates a package, it uses the process ID on the name of the package. So that means we can deploy the same branch several times at the same time, kind of. We are not using it, but we will. But this took before this, our deploys was around 3 minutes. Now it's 1 minute. Well, yeah, for most of our applications. And this was a point where, okay, we have a lot of configuration hard-coded everywhere. So I did a role for configuration. I won't show the code, but code, what it mostly does is it's a hash in memory. It provides get and set methods, so you can set and get methods. And this is how you use. You say, okay, I will use the role config. So, and I'm using also the new CMD plugin. My config name will be memory. This is important because every it's not a bot configuration, it's a plugin configuration, right? I don't want to have a huge structure for all the bot. I want to have small structure for each plugin. So if I decide to remove a plugin, I don't need to go and edit configuration. I don't care. So what it will do is it will maintain a copy of that memory hash, of that hash on this, on the home directory of the user running the bot, on .ssbot directory. And this is JSON, and well, what you do with it is you set and you get. You set config, key value, and you get config key. Yeah. What the nice thing of it is, well, this is completely unnecessary. It's okay. I was playing with this code, so it will write a memory but on every tick it will write if something changed, something like that. That's why I'm not showing the code, because it's more kind of a play. It's easier to just write a JSON to this. That's it. But now we can have configurations, and everyone can use for whatever it needs. This one is just a proof of concept, so I can say command set, so I can say to the bot set URL, and then set URL, so it's super, and then I get URL and I will get. So it's really easy. It's kind of with 10 more lines we can get a factor on it. But, yeah. At this point, this is the main point of all this talk and all this rewrite. This is what happened with Seth. We love the bot, but at some point Seth told me, well, you know what? I don't want to leave my terminal. I don't want to use Slack. Fine, perfect. I don't want to use Java. That's really old stuff. I want to use a terminal. So yeah, why not? My first attempt was to load, the bot is a class. So my first attempt was to load the bot into a motion application that also an event loop. And it kind of worked, but it looks dirty. And I didn't try much more on that way. So what I finally did was was to use another ending event module I found on cpan that's called HTTPD. And imagine what it does. So again, we did the same as with Slack. We added the connection for the HTTP server. We initialized it. So this is really nice. And real code is only 3 lines, but the problem wasn't going far away on the presentation. But the nice thing here is, okay, we have slash, and slash does nothing because slash means no command. So in slash, it will say, hello, I'm the bot, and that's fine. And it will stop requests, because if not, it will go here. That is a default route, kind of default route. And we don't want to do that. If we are not here, it means we have at least one path component, right? So at this point, we have a command. Yes? So I translate the URL, like the path, into a command. I will split on bars, and I will join again on spaces. So yeah, I have the same command, but translating to URLs. So what I did was, okay, now I can trigger the message. And again, this is really strange at this point. It came from an HTTP server. So it's a message. Yeah, it's a message. So I wrap it into a HTTP message. And again, I say, okay, get the server and get the request. And this is where it looks really nice, and it's sad because I'm missing some code, but okay. What it does, well, first version wasn't like this. First version was a reply, and reply will just reply to the client. What was the problem? The problem was our deploy plugin will say, okay, I will deploy before start, and it will say, okay, I'm done after the deploy. What happened when I reply in HTTP? It replies, and it closes the connection. So I cannot use the same plugin for that. And this was like, oh no, why I didn't think about it. Okay, but at the end, it was really easy to fix. We know this is an object, it can collect all the messages. So now reply will just keep responses into an array. And on demolish, it will replay. So when this object goes out of scope, before of going out of scope, it will reply to HTTP. So it works. It collects all the messages. It's not real time, but it works. Sure, I can make it better. I can do it real time, but this works, and I did it yesterday. Well, no, I did this, yesterday early in the morning because I wanted to show to him, because he's like the main character of the talk. And yeah, it worked. It responded. I had to add another /n because he was mad because it didn't add a return at the end, so he got the shell after the response, and it was really weird in his beautiful terminal. But it works. And now we can deploy using curl, using whatever. Any questions? No? Well, thank you.
La semilla del mando, ¿yo?
¿Os metisteis con esto antes de que fuese perfecto?
5 años.
5 años.
Es decir, que ¿has pensado usar streaming responses de HTTP?
Sí, esa es la idea, pero bueno,
No,
tampoco cambió mucho.
no te-
Al final, bueno,
para que puedas ir
sí,
variando
esa De hecho, la librería que uso, sí, la librería que uso, sí, ahora voy. La librería que uso te permite, si en vez de darle una raíz con la respuesta,
I don't know
vuelva,
how
te
to.
va a llamar.
I've seen we have
puedes-
HDMI here, right?
Yes, what do you prefer?
Or we can try the display
Pero es lo que
as
hay-
well,
que lo
but
que
I
hay.
run Gen 2 on it, so I'm not sure if it works.
Don't worry. What
Let's try.
have we
Puedes
done
solucionarlo de
with
que-
the?
Sí, te puedo responder en el momento. Estoy haciendo el deployment y
Sí.
se queda la shell ahí.
No, mola
Esperando
un
la
montón.
output.
De hecho, al principio,
I can try the Thunderbolt, but
Oh,
HDMI. Oh, it's fine. I
Yeah.
think it could be
it's okay. If HDMI
I have another
is
charger
fine
if
for
you
you, I
want.
think it will work.
No, I have. Thank you.
So it's the
I just running Linux on it. That's why I'm not sure if the Thunderbolt works actually.
Why
But
is
should
this so complicated?
try it first, and then we can go back to HDMI.
Okay, wait a second. It's too far away.
Okay. Oh,
Oh. And maybe we will need this.
I think I need to use the HDMI. Or
You mean you need?
actually, I think it just recognized it. One minute.
Okay.
Just try to.
Because display port is not working right now.
Yeah, let's. Oh, okay.
Okay.
It looks good, right?
Yeah.
And let's see.
1 second.
Because, yeah.
Sorry, let me put you on the
Yes.
microphone because it's not
Yep.
really very comfortable on this. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah. Can you hear me like this through the microphone?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's better, right?
So,
I probably need a couple of more minutes to check. Yeah. I just have a bit weird resolution here, so I need to probably adapt the size. Can you read this text now? You know? Let's go through it quickly. Some of the code examples, and it should still fit the screen mostly. Okay. It's still readable, right? Okay. And I guess we can start. I'm not sure if they are waiting for syncing with the other room. But yeah, it's really nice. Diego unfortunately left, but it's really nice that it's not me who talks about Rex. I usually he talks about it, but it seems like others started to do it instead of me. And today I would like to talk about monitoring Elasticsearch with Perl and like my story, or my company's story with in that topic. And any questions? Because I have some to start with. Who of you uses Elasticsearch? Okay, that's nice. And what data size you have, like total index size? Do you have any idea about that? Who indexes more than 1 gigabyte, for example? And 1 terabyte, more than 1 terabyte? Okay. So petabyte, anyone? So yeah, okay. So there are at least one bigger installation in the audience. Very nice. And if you use Elasticsearch, you most probably also know what Kibana is, right? Which is basically the visualization front end for Elasticsearch. So you can do nice graphs and queries and analytics with it. And who uses or knows Graphite? Okay, nice. And Grafana, have you heard about that? Okay, it's really nice. So yeah, what Elasticsearch is, it's a different slide. It's not a resource exhaustor, but a distributed Lucene, right? Just to have a quick recap for people who don't know all of those projects, which means you can index documents with it, and then can query it. You can run searches against those indexed data sets, and you can have your answers, so you can explore your data efficiently. Also, Graphite is actually 3 projects. It's a combination of 3 projects. One of those is Carbon, which is the caching and the persistence layer. So you talk to Carbon, send data to it, and it handles data storage for you through Whisper, which is a fixed size round-robin style database. So you know your data size in advance. And Graphite itself is Graphite Web, which is the web front end, the real-time graphing front end for all those tools. And Grafana is basically a combination, or started as a combination of Graphite and Kibana. It's a Kibana styled front end for Graphite originally, but it evolved a lot in the past couple of years. So it's basically a generic, more generic front end for different, usually metric data stores. And I'd like to show you first how we use Elasticsearch at our company, at Adjust. And we almost exclusively use it for log analytics. We store our internal services logs. We send it to Elasticsearch through Redis, and Logstash helps to convey the logs from Redis to Elasticsearch, and then our colleagues use it for various purposes. We are querying a huge data set, and since it's a logging system for us, our use case is really a write heavy and append only use case compared to, for example, I don't know, the usual search approach, right? And we maybe query the data as well later. So it's really, point is, it's a write heavy use case. And to put the scale into perspective a bit, at peak times, we can have up to 250,000 requests per second on our servers. Each of those requests generating 1 or more log messages, and we store each of them. So it's daily, it can be up to 15 billion documents, and totaling more than 1 petabyte of data now. It's 1.1, I believe, but I stopped counting about it. Like, I don't look at it that much, like, as the total size. And in order to serve all those mostly indexing requests, right, we have roughly 300 nodes working on it. So this, I think this really shows the distributed nature of this whole setup. Like a lot of machines need to work together to provide that service. And we have a tiered storage solution. We have 40 machines acting as archivers, so long-term storage. Each of them are running 5 data nodes of Elasticsearch. And but we are doing the indexing on dedicated machines, which has a bit different setup. So they have much more RAM and much more CPU power to do the initial index calculation. And then we move it to long-term storage. Plus, we have dedicated master machines, and indexers and master machines have client nodes as well on them. So we talk to the client nodes directly. So we don't talk to the other nodes because they are busy with their own and we have write client nodes and read client nodes. And all these nodes are exposing lots of metrics. I just asked the cluster with the curl and exported the answers to plain JSON files, like pretty printed it, and then I calculated like how many metrics they contain. If I ask the cluster about how are you, what's your metrics, and I asked for cluster has and stats, also indices stats, plus node stats and node info, and like it's a total of 320,000 different metrics that I can ask the cluster, like with these 300 nodes, right? Because for example, node stats has details information for each node, right? I don't know, 100 metrics for each node, or at least that. So monitoring this much metric, especially efficiently, so you want to do it fast, and you don't want the cluster to spend too much time on answering all the monitoring queries, that can be challenging. And we started with a much smaller cluster. Of course, 2 years ago, it was like, I don't know, only 6 machines total, or maybe less. So we used our usual monitoring approach. We use Zabbix for that. So we started collecting the most generic and the most important metrics that we were interested in. What's the cluster status? Does it feel well as a whole or not? Or remaining disk space, right? To ensure that we can still store data, or when we should have more machines. Also the JVM heap usage, because if it goes up, then that's usually a bad thing for the cluster, or at least for that node, but it can be a bad thing for the whole cluster, especially if it happens on a master node, right? And but that doesn't scale well, right? So we looked into other solutions, like how we can do it better than we actually did at the time. And the usual answer for that is just use Marvel. That's the upstream's solution for this. It's actually an Elasticsearch plugin, right? You just install it for all the nodes you want to monitor, and it sends those metrics into Elasticsearch itself, actually. By default, it monitors the same cluster where it stores, but it makes sense to just build a separate monitoring cluster where you store all your metrics, because if you have problems with your production cluster, you want to still see those metrics, right? But that's the official one, and it's really nice. As I said, it collects metrics in Elasticsearch. It also has a Kibana-like interface. Actually, it was fully integrated into Kibana with time, so it's just a Kibana plugin, so you can use the same UI for interacting with that. But it needs a license, and they opened it up recently. So the very basic usage, like with Elasticsearch 2, they opened it up. Basic usage is free. You get some metrics, but it was for us basically this set of metrics that we could get for free was basically the same that we already had. So it was not really added value for us. We played with it, but you still need to register for license for that as well and stuff. So we asked for okay, we probably need much more from Marvel than the basic edition can do. We would be probably willing to pay if it has a reasonable price, but it turned out that it's just too expensive for what we wanted to do with it, because it was like almost €1,000 per node per year what we got, and it's just with our size, it's just too much, right? I mean, I can go to a team lead or CTO and finance that, I would like to spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of euros just for monitoring. So we had to look into other solutions, and started to think that we already have Graphite, we already have lots of metrics pushed into Graphite from various systems, and we already had Grafana as well. So basically the UI could be the same if you somehow could push data to Graphite from Elasticsearch, and probably somebody already did that. So I started Googling. I found a really nice project first. It's called ES2 Graphite. It does what the label says, sends Elasticsearch metrics to Graphite, and there's the GitHub link for that. I believe it's a Python project, but it was really slow to execute when I tried it out first. And it's like I looked at the code, like what it does, maybe I misuse it or stuff, but it actually sends multiple requests for a lot of various subsections of the whole metric picture. So it was asking the cluster a lot more than I expected. So okay, that in itself shouldn't be a big problem, but it was also post-processing basically each of the metrics afterwards. It got like it did some normalization of names, and sometimes it filtered out something later or converted stuff around. So most probably because of that, it was not really efficient for us, because I think I had to just Control-C the process after, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes. Because it's like, I mean, I even want to ask the cluster every 10 seconds for metrics, not like every half an hour, right? So I thought that, yeah, let's go to cpan and see like if somebody already did in the Perl space, right? And there's this App Elasticsearch Utilities distribution, which is a really handy collection of various Elasticsearch utilities to monitor and to interact with the cluster via Perl scripts and Perl modules. And they have this ES static and ES dynamic Perl scripts. The difference is the static always returns the same metric names, even if the Elasticsearch upstream changes their name between releases. So it tries to keep monitoring static. The dynamic one is like just exposes them as they are. So they're roughly doing the same. But because of that, like for example, especially the static one, still has to convert a lot of metrics, and especially with time, when more and more changes are accumulating. It was still slow. It was much better because, I don't know, in 2 or 3 minutes, I could get every metric I wanted to monitor. It's like, okay, we can optimize this. But we started to think that, oh, we can make it really efficient. Like I expected like some seconds, right? In that range, like it should be fast, because we already know that Elasticsearch gives us metrics in plain JSON. I just asked it via the HTTP API. To get a JSON response, and that's usually very fast to get that. And something like this, right? This is the cluster has JSON reply. You have very top level metrics here. It's just an overview, but it's already very handy to have and to know about those. And there's Search Elasticsearch module, which is the official Perl module to interact with the Elasticsearch clusters. And of course, it since it's from upstream, it supports all of the Elasticsearch APIs, right? So including cluster has, cluster stats, node stats, all the metric-related APIs that we were interested in. Also, Graphite, on the other hand, has a very simple input format, which is basically space-separated metric pass, including with the name. Then you provide the value and then a timestamp, and that's it. So that's very easy to send over the network. Like something like this with a real example. And also, since it's just plain JSON, it's very easy to read into href, right, in Perl. And then Graphite format is basically just a flattened hash, because if there are multiple levels in JSON, if you flatten it, you get, especially with use hash flatten, you get a dot separated data structure with the value afterwards. So it's very easy to convert. Usually it's very fast. Like I didn't have problem with this speed yet. And the last piece of the puzzle is that we need to talk to Graphite actually. And for that, we found NetGraphite. So it seemed like after half an hour of Googling that maybe all of the components are already in place. They are not perfect, but it's like didn't seem that hard to do some experiments at least, right? To see that, yeah, let's see if we can do faster than the project. And also part of the idea was to filter out metrics that I'm not interested in as soon as possible, instead of just almost at the last step before sending to Graphite. So if possible, don't even ask the cluster for metrics that you don't want to monitor. For example, I don't know, file system related stuff, like what's the data path for the node, because I don't want to monitor that. And I started coding, and I just used all of those modules in a Perl script that answer. Somebody asked, like, what do you put into the sheet in the Perl scripts? Maybe that's an answer, but like that was not my point here. And I added some tracing and enabled some testing in the net Graphite module because I did not want to send it there yet. Just print it out, please. I defined some status mapping, like the green status is 0, yellow is 1, blah, 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 because I don't want to send it as string later to Graphite. I just created a new object to talk to Elasticsearch. Did the same with Graphite. I want to talk to Graphite, right? Trace mode. And then I started to actually query the cluster, right? Okay, give me the cluster health, put a timestamp on it because there's no timestamp in the response, and I need to send it to Graphite. And just send it to Graphite later. Here's my data, that's what returned, that's JSON. And I need to do some transformations on that because it's still JSON, but I need to flatten it first and stuff. And you can pass a subroutine reference for that. And that's how it looked like. Like, just get the timestamp, the cluster name from the JSON data that I just got from the cluster, and specify the Graphite metric path that I want to use, and convert the status, flatten the data, and like just create a big string that we can send towards Graphite, right? Because that's what the expected output from the net Graphite module. And it worked really well. It was so simple. We continued looking into for the other APIs, like cluster stuff. Basically the same, we just changed the name, right? So that's why it's the naive approach. It's just, we just kept coding without anything else, just a proof of concept. And I have a bit more complicated transformer subroutine for cluster stat because I have to filter out much more metrics that I'm not interested in, but it's still part of the reply. And I believe, unfortunately, for the cluster stats, I couldn't not ask the cluster for them. So I was always getting those info, but I did not want to monitor. For example, what operating system it runs on. I don't want to store that as a metric. And then there was some small workaround for calculating the number of client nodes, just for the sake of completeness. I believe it was fixed in the recently released 5th main version of Elasticsearch. And then, that's a bit too big slide. It's basically the same at the end, right? So you probably can see the repetition now. The only difference for node stats, the next metric we were interested in, we can actually ask a subset of the whole story for node stats. So that was the part of the idea I mentioned earlier, that don't even ask the cluster if I'm not going to store it, right? So I can filter a lot of things out before I even start to post-process it. But then again, all the post-processing is really the same. It's a filtering step, some workaround or conversion maybe. And at this point, I ran a bigger test, and it returned 52,000 metrics in 2.5 seconds, right? That was something I was looking for at the start of the story. And it's like more than 20K metrics per second to retrieve and transform and send to Graphite. And it felt much better than like this couple of minutes of runtimes earlier. So we found that we can do it faster. And at that point, we decided, yeah, let's propose a talk at the Barcelona Perl workshop. be interesting. And but still some stuff was missing, mainly configuration, right? Probably others use Elasticsearch in much different ways than we do. So probably they are interested in different metrics than us, yeah. And also there were many applications in the proof of concept code, right? You could really see the repetition. We wanted to do this right. And right now we run this script from a cron job, like every minute we just collect the metrics, push it to Graphite, and that's it. But it would be much nicer probably to run it as a proper daemon, right? It runs in the background and like wakes up every 10 seconds, or configurable schedule to wake up, and then have a more fine-grained monitoring. And also we felt like probably not everyone uses Graphite to store their metric data, so it would be nice to do some pluggable output system and instead of forcing Graphite, right? And we basically wanted to have some configuration like this, which is very easy, like it's just YAML, right? So it's easy to write as human as well, and just configure where are my Elasticsearch cluster, where's my Graphite, what prefix I would like to use for the metric names, and what to filter out and what to convert. So this is like for cluster pairs, convert the status, right? For cluster sets, filter out these fields. And so that was like what drove the design later. And I started to refactor original approach. I call it Elasticsearch metrics right now, and that's just the work title. And we just have an Elasticsearch attribute, and we define an API mapping. So if I ask that please act in this specific mode, like in cluster health mode, then you can get the metrics like this. So I can tie together the different modes, retrieval processes with their filtering and conversion configuration. So it's like one code can act differently based on configuration. And that was the main idea, right? And we define some default configuration and we read from that file. And then we just get it, right? Based on which mode I ask from this object. Then it selects based on the API map we defined earlier, executes the subroutine reference, and then we got a bit different result set based on which mode I asked for. And the only thing at that point we missed was output module, right? So I started coding Elasticsearch metrics output Graphite, right, which is intended to be modular there. And this is a similar approach. We can toggle tracing if I want to just output to standard error or actually send to Graphite. And I also just have a Graphite attribute, and I have a send method currently, which just asks for the whole set of data according to the actual mode we asked for, and then sends it to Graphite after transforming it, right? So there should be a transformer, which again was a lot of repetitive code, right? Because we usually just get the data, extracted the timestamp and the cluster, we define some prefix, which is much more dynamical now. And we started some filtering, conversion, flattened and outputted, right? And I believe most of the work is done. It's not completely finished yet, unfortunately, but this way we could define behavior in a bit nicer way, and also can drive it by configuration, right? So other people can use it very differently. And I mean, this is the actual state of this project right now. We have future ideas about it, most importantly, it would be nice to open source it, which I essentially just did by showing most of the code, right? So there won't be any problem with that. And maybe it would be nice to even put it on cpan, right? Because that's the way the things we like. And for that, it would probably be a good idea to merge it into Elasticsearch utilities, right? Because I don't see much point starting yet another module just for monitoring. So I would like to contact the author and see if we can somehow integrate it there. But I don't know, the approach used is quite different, but I think that would be the ideal, right? And also we have some other in-house project. One is Elastex, which is like retrieving or dumping data actually from a Elasticsearch cluster in a efficient way using the scan and scroll technique, which is yet another utility which might go into the same module, right? We also have some ideas about the command line Elasticsearch dashboard with a similar approach. And since we just retrieve metrics in a library in a configurable way, instead of putting it to Graphite, maybe we can just have a CLI output, right? So to have an overview of the cluster from the command line, which I believe does not really exist yet because everyone uses Kibana as a front end. And also, Graphite supports the Pickle protocol, which is Python's own serialization format, but I believe none of the Perl modules interacting with Graphite supports it. Most probably because nobody wanted to re-implement it in Perl, right? But this would enable, so what it would be interesting, why it would be interesting, it's like with the Pickle protocol, you can send many metrics to Graphite in a single request. So instead of 50,000 requests, please store all these metrics one by one. You can just send it in one step. That would probably improve performance more. So that could be another project to look into, like how to do it, probably with inline Python or something like that, but I didn't do much experiments yet with that. And actually, that's where the story is today. Hopefully, you can try it out very soon. Probably we will just push it to GitHub when I get the permission for that. And do you have any questions about this approach? How do you monitor? But we can talk about that later if you don't want to open it up. Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry?
That's fine.
Thank you. I'm not sure how much time I took. I didn't check the clock when I started. That's okay?
que no funciona esto. Have you enjoyed the Teresa Carlas, the restaurant?
Oh, it's really good.
It's my preferred vegetarian restaurant in Barcelona.
It's very
Vale. Sí, debería.
Eso puede ser un rato, tiene el color de pasando.
Y es, Javi, únicamente iniciar grabaciones de grabación.
Y depende de la grabación. Y si no, y si solo queréis darle al inicial. ¿Tiene? Es solo porque si no digamos así, te doy cuenta que soy yo, seguramente me olvidaré. No hay ningún problema. Se nos ven, ¿no? Si esto no sé. Sí. Pasad bien la semana y tal. Sé feliz. Y de abrazos. Está bien.
A ver, ¿lo intentamos así?
Sí, como tú ves mientras
¿Llega? Si no tengo largo, ¿eh?
pues llega hasta aquí.
Llega hasta aquí, suficiente. Vale, espera que sitúe esto un poco.
Ah, no, tranquilo. Tú ves, Fen.
Vale. Está muy pequeñito. Ok. Alba, es podria apagar el llum? Aquest llum, potser? Igual la liem o què? Ànimo. Millor, no? Molt bé, molt bé. Has tallat el cable del color correcte. Ah, no pilla. Vale. ¿Se lee bien así? Vale, pues venga, va. Molt bé. Venga, empezamos pues. Okay, I will switch to English. All right, so so as many of you, I've been programming for some years, and and I've read a lot of source code, either in open source or in consultancy, or whatever, and and with time you develop like a sense of what is like good code or idiomatic code or quality code. Sometimes in in higher levels like the architecture or I don't know how it is organized, or I don't know, design, interfaces. There's a lot of stuff that you can see in code, but sometimes you look at those tiny details that also have some importance, and this talk is about those little details. And it is a talk where all the snippets that I am going to show you are real, okay? So either from open source or from client code, not mentioning anyone, doesn't matter, but they are all real, so not made up, okay? And there's going to be opinions in this talk, and I would like to make a preface about opinions, which is this observation, which is that explaining why you prefer something is different from proving that something is the best choice. And often in discussions, we mix both things, okay? So we argue in a way that says, since I believe A, B, and C, from that follows that we should do this. And that's flawed. That's flawed because that's shaped by your background, the way you see things, your values, your trade-offs, and those depend on each person. So life is not an axiomatic system. So I have my trade-offs, but the other guy has other trade-offs, other preferences. So we do not have the same baseline.
So my argument is, given my background, given my trade-offs, this is what I prefer because of this, this baseline. But given the trade-offs or preferences of that other guy, the conclusion is different, okay? So there's a lot of personal stuff in that kind of thing, and I'm going to show you an example. Do you see this dim thing? Okay. There's going to be two versions here. All right. We have a hash. This talk is about Ruby, so the examples are Ruby. But yes, how many of you know at least a little bit of Ruby? Okay, good, excellent. All right, more than enough. And maybe the fundamentals of the talk do apply to other programming languages, because it's not only about the Ruby details, but it's also a talk where I want to invite you to think about our thought processes. Why do we believe that some code is more readable this way or not, or that kind of thing, okay? So this particular example also applies to Perl, because we have a hash here, and we have the same hash here with one difference. Can you spot it? The last comma. All right. Do you feel some tension here? I mean, some people look at this and, yeah. Other people look at this one and say, bad taste. Correct. Okay, so for instance, people that like this option value that there's some symmetry because we have a comma everywhere. May value that if you add something, it's easier because you don't have to go to the line at the comma. That a div in a patch is cleaner because only if you are adding here, the only line that goes into the patch is the line where you are adding stuff instead of this thing, okay? But there are people that do not see it this way. What they perceive is that there's a missing element here. Their brain parses this and say, it doesn't match their brain, okay? So these arguments in favor of this, they say, I don't care. The patch is cleaner. Why? We are adding a comma. It's fine that the patch has a comma because I am adding a comma. No problem. But for me, it's bad that I see a missing element here. So some people prefer this. Some people prefer the other option. Which is the best option? There's no answer to that. It depends on every person. Okay. So in your code, of course you choose whatever works better for you, and if you are in a team, so you have to reach a consensus or whatever, okay? Okay, so, when discussing these kinds of things, I believe it's healthy to acknowledge that there's some subjective part of your argument. So, in my opinion, in my experience, that kind of thing helps in putting some perspective in the discussion. And in particular, this entire talk is going to be in my view, all right? So in my view, this and that, and it's always implicit. If I don't say it explicitly, it's always, there's something that colors what I'm going to say, that it's the way I think. Also, I'm going to enable this flag speculation mode, because sometimes I'm going to say, I believe that this is because of this or that, but I'm speculating. But if I enable the flag, I am allowed to do that, so no problem. Done, okay. All right, so we are going to talk first about concise code. This is a generic definition of conciseness, using few words, not including extra or unnecessary information. Okay, let's see one example. Again, all real code, okay? So here, latest remote equals remote.sort.last. All right. That code is doing something for what we have a word already, which is max. Okay? So the point here is, if you are reading this code, you have to think for a moment that what you really want, so that the result of this is going for the maximum. But if you have the max here, it's like this. So I don't have to think here. I have to think a little bit here, you know, a little bit. But here it's just immediate, okay? So normally it translates to choosing the most specific API. Normally, often it involves less code, often. Often it's more clear. You are applying Occam's razor in the sense that you are expressing yourself concisely. The reader of the code is reading the meaning that is more exact, that translates more directly to the intention you had when you were writing the code. And often you get better performance because the library or the function call or whatever that is doing this, since you are asking specifically about what you want, in general, the implementation is able to do the less work it has to do to give you what you want. For instance, here, sorting and taking the last element is doing too much thing. If you only want the max, you do not need to sort everything. You only need to compute the max. So this is going to be more performant, in addition to be more clear, you know? So normally, and I prefix everything with normally because it's not 100%. Sometimes it is not the case, or sometimes you are more concise but more obscure. You know, not 100%, but it is often the case that this happens. For instance, option keys include page. We have an idiom for that, which is this predicate, okay? This is opening a file to dump all what is in this variable. So it's dumping and closing, all right? There's an idiom right now, which is this one, which is much more concise, precisely. Just write, and it does everything. It does the equivalent of that one. This is in active record, and to my surprise, I see this, you know, quite a little bit out there when I do code reviews or whatever. So this is post where user ID, user.id. I believe that this person is thinking in SQL. Is thinking in SQL. So this translates to a select more or less, where we have a foreign key here, you know, and a where. It translates. But in active record, this is not idiomatic. You do user.posts, and that's the point of the associations API, that you work at the model level, you know, at the entities level, not at this level. Generally speaking, sometimes you have to resort to SQL. It's fine, okay? But most of the time, especially if it's like clear code, the natural thing to write, you write this, not this, okay? Of course, the programmer here has to know what this is going to do. So an ORM, generally speaking, is not a black box. You have, as a programmer, you know the SQL you want, and you use, for doing selects, you use the ORM to generate. For me, an ORM is an SQL generator, basically. Only it allows me to work at a different level, but you have to know what it's going to do, all right? I have not done consultancy in Perl. So when I was into Perl, it was basically, you know, in the company I worked for, and then open source and, you know, and crazy nights. But I have not seen so much diverse code in Perl, so I don't know if this happens in Perl, but in Ruby, you see it. So name here is a string. So this guy is interpolating a string to get a string literal, which no need to do this. If you already have a string, just use the string, okay? And in the case of putS is going to call toS on this thing, which is the same thing that is going to be happening here. But generally, so if we forget about putS, this is redundant. No need to do this. This is calling dynamically on this object, the method that has this name, okay? this is a symbol, and this is a syntax to be able to construct a symbol given an arbitrary identifier, okay? So if you have like a normal identifier, you can write colon and the identifier. Then you have a more generic syntax, which is colon, quotes, and whatever, with spaces and whatever you want, okay? And in particular, you use that if you want to create something dynamic like this. Some people write this way, but the point here is that Zen accepts strings, so no need to do all these hops, okay? I believe the thing here is that often you write this with a symbol literal, okay? So visually, people are used to see the symbol literal. You just say, for instance, module, Zen include is very typical when you are reopening something to inject, I don't know, to active record or whatever, you know? So maybe people are so used to see literal symbols in this kind of calls that maybe they even do not know that Zen accepts strings. Yes? Okay, I don't remember, but I don't know.
In 1.8, you couldn't send it strings. You always have to send symbols, and so maybe people got. I believe.
Could be. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. This one is checking if Ruby platform contains Java. Okay. This looks very clean, but it's doing like a bunch of stuff. It's doing this is a regular expression. Perhaps the engine optimizes for fixed string. I don't know. For substrings could be optimizing, but if we forget that for a moment, this is building a regular expression. There's going to be a match. There's going to be variables created as side effect like $, and you know that kind of thing. And you only want to check if this includes that substring. In Ruby 2.4, there's something that at least does not have side effects. So this predicate is new in 2.4. And in Rails, you can already use it in Rails 5, is emulated in active support. So this one is the same thing here, but there's going to be no side effects in the terms of variables like $1, you know, that kind of thing. And this makes this run like 2-3 times faster than this one, okay? Just because it's not creating or keeping track of stuff, you know? So this is going to be, if you do not want side effects, this is telling the reader of the code that you do not want the side effects, okay? Here, you have to maybe look around. Here, you know for certain that there's no side effects, so nothing to change. But in Ruby, we have a predicate to check for the substring, okay? Okay, normally I use this one, but I have to admit that perhaps this reads better. So it's like a trade-off, okay? So normally I prefer this one because I think in this conciseness, sorry. So this is just a string inclusion, which is exactly what I want to express. And the reader of the code is what it's going to read, okay? A string exclusion, nothing else to think about. But I have to admit that maybe this one is easier to read. So often there's no like a clear winner. Like there are pros and cons, and you have to choose one, you know, depending on your, I don't know, your style or your preferences or whatever. But oftentimes it's not like 100%, you know, pros and zero cons. Also, even if this is doing a bunch of things, if you see this often enough, your brain does not parse this as a regular expression, generic regular expression matching anymore. So if you are exposed to this idiom enough, then you parse this as a chunk, all right? And you are seeing here a string inclusion. And people whose languages only allow string, substring predicates to be written this way, in the end, if you write in this kind of languages, if you see if something like this, your brain, if you are like, a proficient programmer of that programming language, no longer sees this as individual things, like computing the index of, comparing to this because the API says that -1 something, If you are exposed enough to this, I think you process this in one shot. So apparently it's more verbose, but in practice, I don't think it is. Because in practice, you process this as one chunk. Okay, this is a redundant self that in Ruby are not idiomatic. So just do not write that kind of selves. This one is interesting. I see this. So this one is less common. This one is more common. So this would be like a singleton class or something, Okay. More common to see new with a self. And this is as redundant as the previous one because new is not special in Ruby. It's just is a regular method. So the same way you do not need a self in response body, the same argument applies to new because it's not special. So why put self here and not here? Maybe you come from other programming languages where new is a keyword, and it creates a mismatch in your head if you see the new, bare new. I don't know, could be. But the reality is that this, you see it. And this one is by far the most common one I see. This is the most redundant self I see out there, which is in active record, if you have a model with an ID, okay, this is a method that is computing something, all right? So this is as redundant as the previous ones because ID is just a method, okay? So so here, name is a method. Why, so the person writing this, why does it put a self here and not a self here in the same line? Why? I don't know. And maybe this is so short that, I don't know, maybe give it some presence. I don't know what it is. But what? To balance the dots, could be something aesthetically pleasant. I don't know. But yeah, but this happens. I would like to get this guy and ask him, why did you, what is that self there? Okay, and not there. Yeah, all right, redundant self. But is redundancy perceived in a universal way? So in Ruby, idiomatically, selves that are not needed are considered to be redundant, and you are expected not to write them. This is the way we perceive. We perceive that as a redundancy. Is this universal? Fact, no, because for Python people, it's the reverse. In Python, you have to write the self. So what we perceive as redundancy, Python guys that have a different color perceive implicitness, and they do not like implicitness. They like it, so they value that it's explicit. Whereas we value, culturally at least, we value that we do not write redundant things. So it's the same fact, but different angles, different points of view about the same thing, And I believe many of these things are cultural, are social. Like you join a community, supposing that the community exists before you join it, you are not creating the language or something. You join a community, and there's expectations, and you are expected. These are the rules of the community. You learn them. You learn what's idiomatic in that community, and you morph to match that kind of thing normally, Okay, let's talk about readable code. Enjoyable and easy to read. I took this definition online from somewhere. Let's say this thing, return ID unless not name.blank, okay? Blank is a predicate in active support that tells you if a string is either empty or has only white space, okay? Okay, is this readable? I think it can be improved. Why? Because human beings are bad at doing negations. That's a fact. I don't know, for some reasons, we are not a logical machine. We have a negation, and we have to, to go a little bit more cycles here. So negations, if we can, we get rid of negations. In this particular case, we can write name.present, which is precisely the negation of blank. So just but by changing the predicate, you have been able to get rid of this negation. Same code, you have chosen this one over this one to get rid of this negation, okay? To me, this is more readable. And with unless, there's a split. So unless, for me personally, also has a little bit of cost. For me, I don't know, for some reasons, if I see an if, I understand more quickly what that if is doing, and unless, for some reason, makes me think a little bit more, because I am seeing the thing that does not have to happen to do this. And for some people, unless has no cost. I have asked this to some people. For some people, they see, for me it's equivalent in terms of what but for other people, me include, unless has a little bit of cost. So you can turn that in an if. So we get the blank, which is a double negation. We are doing like a double negation, so we have reached the start, okay? So return ID if name blank. Ah, flows, man. Yeah.
Seven negatives in there.
Unless what? Unless else, yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's. Yeah. I guess Larry, if Larry wrote that one in in Perl, he was saying like, let's put this shit there. Okay.
The way you compose sentences, and it doesn't make sense, and then as a programmer, it just gives you a headache. But if it was Spanish or other language, you go, yeah, that's how we talk.
All right. Oh man, this hurts my eyes, and I don't know why. It is common that people write slashes in Regex literals this way, okay? And of course, you Perl programmers know that you have alternatives. So Ruby, as you probably know, inherits quite a bit of stuff from Perl, okay? And if you are a Perl programmer, you're going to recognize, oh, okay, this comes from Perl, this comes from Perl, and some pragmatism that is in the language, I believe, Okay, so in particular, we have alternative syntax to write regular expressions. And if this is maybe too heavy and you are into golf, you can do this kind of thing, to make it a little bit more, to get a better tie or something, okay? So this is more lighter. This is lighter than this one, but maybe it's more funky, I don't know. But not this, man, not this. Use space? You can use a space, right? I don't remember. Yeah. We should try because it's crazy that it accepts everything. Yeah. Well, precisely to remove that option, there's this question mark. That I added on purpose to not be able to do this with start with. But yes, sometimes you could do so sometimes you see Regex that could be written with start with or end with. Okay. This one hurts me a lot also. Okay, let's forget the require. File expand path is taking some absolute point and resolving, the name relative to this thing. Okay, so this pseudo constant has the full path of the current file, all right? And so this is going to do /boot relative to a file name. And it gets me nuts that you have to do, what is of a file name? Jesus Christ. I'm used to do of directories all my life, but of a file name. So this is loading boot RB in the same directory I am. Okay, so in 1.8 you had to do this, and fortunately we no longer need to do this because we now have __dir, which is more natural. So from the current directory, boot. Okay, it's better. It's better. Okay. But still, this is from 1.9 or 2.0. No, I don't remember. So still, you see this a lot out there. And in the particular case of require, so what we said applies to expand path generally, but in the particular case of require, we have require relative in Ruby, which is even more clear. Yes? Yeah, it's lowercase. I don't know. I don't know. If you put it in uppercase, it doesn't work. I don't know. But some people, when they refer to this as constants, because a constant in Ruby starts with an uppercase case, and then the convention is that if the constant is like like a string or a number that you want to save, that's going to be everything uppercase, and snake case and everything uppercase. And if the constant is a class name or module name, it's camel case, okay? And some people get confounded and say that this is a constant, and it's false, it's not a constant. For starters, it doesn't start with an uppercase letter. It starts with an underscore, so this is a variable, technically. But in reality, they are special things in the interpreter, so they do not belong to any of these categories. And in some books, they refer to them as pseudo-constants or something like that. And this is clearly, so this is even visually does not resemble a constant to anyone. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. But I am guessing. I don't know it. Okay. There's this saying, always code as if the guy who ends up maintaining your code will be a violent psychopath who knows where you live. Yeah, and there's other sayings that say, for instance, the maintainer of this code could be your future self, okay? Talking about maintainable code, readable code, and I believe these are two self-centers for my taste, okay? So they are basically a joke, all right? But they are saying, write better code because it could hurt you afterwards, okay? But that's thinking about you. And I prefer to phrase that thinking about other people, because most of the time, so my code is going to be maintained by someone, okay? So just think about the readers of your code, because you'll be gone someday, you'll be gone, okay? So do it because of them. Readable code, document the fucking whys of the code, of what you do in code comments, all right? I'm sure you have inherited sometimes a project or piece of code where some business logic is, you don't know why is that done. Nobody knows. You do not know if that's, you can remove that or not. And, and since nobody knows how to touch that, so it's going to live, long life cluttering the code, yes? Yes, I have. So to me, my opinion is I put in commit messages the reason for the patch. That's my personal thing, all right? So I put in commit messages the reason for the patch. So it's a comment about the patch itself. But I put in code comments why the code is doing what it's doing. Because when I am reading code, I do not want to go jumping hoods in Git history to understand, and sometimes that's not even trivial. If you start to refactor, rename things, could be I don't know. And also, when I am reading code, that's the spot where I am looking at the code and I'm wondering, and that's the spot that has the context that I need. So that's my preference. And sometimes the patch and the why overlap. And in that case, I say something like this. If I consider that what I have to put is a code comment, I put the code comment, and then the commit message says, the rationale for this patch can be seen in the code that you can find in the very patch. So since everything is packed, that's not going to be lost never, okay? So you see that, and you see the diff, all right, that's the explanation, so I do not repeat it or anything like that. Yeah, so you'll be gone someday, so do this for the next people, because of the greatest of the qualities a programmer can have, in my view, which is empathy, okay? So empathy, you can show empathy in a number of ways. You can show empathy like the way you relate to other people, the way you, review code in GitHub, the way, I don't know, many things. How do you take decisions in a team? But for me, the ultimate expression of empathy in a programmer is the way it programs. If it programs in a way that is taking into account that some other people are going to need to understand that at some point in the future, all right? Okay, I'm digressing. Another topic, order things naturally. For instance, def last name, def first name, okay? Normally, if you are reading source code a file for the first time, you go top to bottom. So you get to last name, and your brain goes, wait a minute, where is the first name? Why I'm getting this last name? So if you write just like the natural ordering of things, it flows better. This is another one. This is a timestamps. Deleted that, created that, updated that. These are very common in Active Record, okay? Okay, so that's not the natural cycle of an entity. The natural cycle is that you create it, maybe you modify it, maybe you delete it. That's the natural order. So in my view, this flows better, right? This is another one. You get 3 parameters here, and for some reason this guy wrote them, the assignments are in a different order. Yeah, so maybe the reason is that maybe originally this method had 2 parameters, the port was added, and then the guy goes and just edits the first line. I don't know, the reason could be whatever, okay? But the fact is that you see this, and then you have to, in your head, build a matrix of, okay, I have the port, okay, port, and and do this thing. But if this flows, again, okay, this flows. It's easier for your brain to go protocol, host, port, okay, done. But as I've said, sometimes there's a tension here between conciseness and readability. For instance, this is constructing a user object with these 2 attributes, name and email, that come from some hash table, okay? Args, name, email. Okay, so we have here some repetition, right? We see repetition here. We see that we are repeating args, name with name. So we start checking there's a typo or something. Let's check. Okay, email looks good. Okay, I didn't copy paste name here. You have to check a number of things. In Ruby, there's a more concise way to write this, which is, well, with active support. Active support extends hash to have this slide method, which is similar to what you explained before. So this slice is telling, give me a subhash that has name and email, which is the subhash I need, okay? These 2 are not really equivalent. They are not, formally, they are not equivalent because a slice, this is a parenthesis. slice gives you the subhash with these keys unless, so with these keys if they are present in the original hash. So if for instance, if the original hash has name but does not have email, the subhash is not going to have email nil. It's only going to have name, okay? Whereas this method call, new is going to receive for certain true keys. So this is a formal distinction, but often it doesn't matter. Let's suppose it doesn't matter, okay? All right, so let's suppose this is equivalent in practical terms. This is concise. This is telling, I want these two keys, I want a subhash with these two keys, and it's going to pass a hash with, everything is compacted here. But there's tension, I believe, because this, I believe, is a little bit more obscure. So this has repetition, but man, you understand it clearly, you know, first sight. And I believe this makes you think a little bit more. I don't know, more questions than answers. I don't know, you know? Easier to update, yeah, okay, agreed, yeah. Yeah.
But you could refactor it in the, like if you write it in the first way, you could refactor it into keyword arguments. If you do it the other way, then there's something like an option hash.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, so I see this pro for me, you know?
It's opinions, right?
Yeah.
We're missing a comment.
Okay, another one that shows this tension. This is supposed to be within a method called super, gets supposedly an option hash that is modified in place, and this is returned. That is the idea, okay? So in Ruby, there's an idiom to do exactly this, which is tap. Tap says, I'm going to, it's a triviality, but it adds, it's intention revealing. So taps is it's very trivial. So it takes the receiver, we call this guy the receiver in Ruby terminology, passes it to the block. So I don't know, no magic here, just is passing this value here, okay? Then you can do here whatever you want. Normally you modify in place this guy if you can, but you can do whatever you want here. And when the block ends, tap is going to return this guy. So if you modified it in place, good. Okay, this is more intention revealing, because to the reader of this code, when you start doing this, you are set. You already know that you are going to do stuff, but that's the thing that you're going to return. It's automatic. You see it, okay? And then you understand what this does. So in here, you have to infer it. You read the code, options. Okay, I'm going to return this first thing. You have to infer it, okay? But some people prefer this over this, because this is straightforward. And this, for some people, not me, I prefer this one. But I know some people, and some like very, knowledgeable Ruby programmers that say, yeah, I know tap, but I don't want to use it. I prefer being more straightforward, like this one, okay? So conciseness versus readability versus personal ways to interpret things. All right, let's talk about being precise, okay? Exact and accurate in all its details. For instance, this is an experiment I did with Active Record. In some versions, we had our feature that I wrote, which was that when queries were generated, we monitored the time they took, and if the time was over some threshold, you get a warning in the log. All right, that was the thing, a warning, and you had the explain written in the, so we run explain against the database, and you got the explain right there, okay? Okay. So this was like a little experiment I did, which was to, instead of doing this, I named the config parameter like this, because oftentimes the unit is not in the name. So what I find is that when a programmer is going to configure this, it's obvious the unit. The unit is obvious. Threshold in seconds. Otherwise, you often need to go to the API, double check. It was microseconds, what it was, obvious. And when you are reading the implementation, you know, whenever this happens, when you are reading the implementation, you know if you have to compare with something, you know what you are doing, without relying on memory. It's longer, it's more verbose, but I don't know. Has many comments talking about preciseness. When I do a code review, this is one of the things that I check. I grep the project for has many without dependent. And normally this is orphan records. So in active record has many comments, unless you say something, when you delete this model, which could be a post, for instance, in the canonical example, if you delete the post, the comments are left there. There's nothing happening with the comments, so they become orphan, all right? So when you write a has many or an association has one, whatever, you have, every time you write that macro, you have to take a conscious decision about what is going to happen when we delete the model. Always, you have to say something. So there's this option that has a number of things. And what I, in practice, write most of the times is I don't do this in active record at all, most of the times. So normally I do it in the database. So I configure a foreign key constraint, and the foreign key constraint has a cascade delete. So I am for certain the database is going to do the cascade delete, and that's going to be, fast, because if the delete all is not often, normally you say here destroy. So if you put here destroy, which is the most common thing, then the post has to load all the comments to destroy them. And if you have, other descendants, you have to load those objects in memory to delete all of them and call, and call callbacks and that kind of thing. And that is useful if you have callbacks, but in my experience, destroy callbacks are not very common. They are not very common. So most of the time, you can delegate all the work to the database. Delete post, bam, everything, in cascade. In that case, then it's going to look like this, but you have to do this work in the database. Yes, that's what I normally do. Yeah, that's correct.
With a comment? Yeah, a comment in the code or saying this with dependency?
No, I don't write the comment normally.
So you don't write the dependency?
No, it doesn't matter, because when you delete it, the database is going to trigger in cascade.
For example, if you write the top of MongoDB, for example, your ODM has to take care of the dependency.
Well, I have a relational database in mind where I can put a foreign key constraint with this option to delete in cascade. So in Mongo, I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. All right. This one is also about Ruby particular, because in Ruby we have in the standard output constant we have the original stream from the process, but what you are supposed to use is this global variable. Okay. This global variable you are allowed and expected to change it as needed. Okay. So this is a constant. The value should not be changed. You can. Well, I don't know if this one is particularly protected. But well, Ruby has this thing which is maybe a thin thing of Japanese or something that you can change constants. But okay, let's suppose you don't do that thing. All right, so it has, but this is a standard output, the global variable that this has as an initial value, the same thing as this. But for instance, in a test suite, you can assign this to this, to this variable, for instance, on a string IO. Then you run whatever. Then you restore the original value that was here, but then you have in the string IO all the output, and you can assert things about that output. All right. So this is the most idiomatic way to write into the standard streams. Now let's talk about regex. You know this saying, some people, when confronted with a problem, think, I know, I use regular expressions. No, they have two problems. And my take on this is bullshit. And I know I do not need to explain this to this audience. Okay, so this is one gotcha with Ruby, and very, very, very common gotcha with Ruby. Let's suppose this is matching a username or something, is validating something, and you write this thing. But in Ruby, the caret is different from this anchor, all right? Because in Ruby, this means matching start of line or start of a string, and this is start of a string. Okay, so you are hacked, you know. If you inject a new line somehow, it's going to match. It's going to match here. But you got this payload here. So use A when you mean A. That's the point in Ruby, okay? And sometimes people may even relax, like, I don't know, if I'm iterating through file names, well, if this is like a quick and dirty script you are writing just in a moment, and you know what you are doing, and your file system is yours, and I don't know, maybe you can relax. But if this is like a generic library or something like that, then you have to start, okay, a caret, but can a file name have a new line? And the point is, do not wonder. If you do not know if a file name can have a new line, just do not write a caret, okay? And indeed, it can have a new line, okay? So just use A when you mean A. Similar thing with $, okay? $, you know, is end of line or end of a string with an optional new line, you know, and that corresponds with capital Z, okay? Capital Z. And then we have the assertion, the anchor lowercase z, that means end of a string. And it has similar problems if you misuse it, okay? So indeed, most of the time, what you want is capital A and lowercase z, most of the times. What's the origin I'm guessing, okay? What's the origin of this thing? So that normally, this means start of a string. That's the fact. Unless there's a flag somewhere, you know, that you can pass to opt-in into the multi-line mode. But otherwise, by default, most of the cases, it means a start of a string. It means what in Ruby is capital A. By the way, in Perl also, of course, has capital A. That means, you know, always the same thing. Okay, regardless of the multi-line flag. Okay, and with, you know, with $, it's similar. Okay, unless you have a multi-line flag, it acts like capital Z. And this happens in all this kind of, you know, Ruby is an exception in you know, the meaning of the caret and the $, is common to most of other programming languages. So you are exposed to a lot of regular expressions, and maybe you are yourself used to use the caret and the $, that way. And if you go to a Stack Overflow, you're going to see regex that written that way. And yeah, so I believe that's the source of the misuse of regular expressions in Ruby. But also, again, I have to admit that maybe this reads a little bit better than this one. Could be, depends a little bit, you know. This maybe is a little bit more clear. I don't know, slightly. But this is the correct one. oftentimes. And this slide is exclusive for this event. And danger, because the flags are reversed in Ruby and Perl. So careful here, okay? So in Perl, if you want the dot to match a new line, you write /s, but you write /m in Ruby, okay? But /m in Perl has another meaning, which is multi-line mode, precisely. In Ruby, there's no flag to opt out of new line mode, multi-line mode. You cannot opt out, okay? So there's nothing that applies here. So M in Perl means something different than M in Ruby. And S in Perl means something different because there's also an S, which I have here to quote the manual because I have not used it never, you know, but it enables, it says that the regular expression literal is using some kind of Japanese encoding, I believe, or Asian encoding, I don't know what it is, but yeah, but it's telling that, okay? So yeah, a mess, yeah? Say it again?
The slash S
Yes.
comes from the word single.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
So it has new lines in it. It's a single line.
All right, yeah, okay.
And Ruby uses /m for multi
Yeah.
to explain the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. And now I would like to say some final words about code style, because if you go through the slides, there's no comment about code style, where to put the braces, whether you in a method call or not, you know, between the arguments first and last, and a number of things. Because in general, I do not believe there's like more concise, more readable code when with one option or the other. So this presentation does not touch code style, and indeed, I believe largely preferences in code style are just a way of your brain to say that that he is used to parse some kind of a style, you know. So, for instance, there's a school of Ruby called Seattle Ruby. There's a bunch of people called Seattle Ruby that have slightly different rules to format their code. In particular, there's one that for people not used to those rules makes the source code very strange, which is that they do not put, so in Ruby, when you define a method that has parameters, well, doesn't matter. Okay, when you define a method, the parentheses to wrap parameters are optional. So those people write def method name space, first parameter, comma, second parameter, you know? Okay, well, if you see, well, at least when I see and other people see, when I see the other people see, okay, I need to conjugate see to see. Okay, that code, your brain explodes because you are used to parse. You know, your brain is expecting a parenthesis, and you see a space, and you need to start because the method name is an identifier, and since Ruby does not have sigils, the first parameter name is also an identifier, so it looks the same. So you have to count the, I don't know, you know, it's not big deal, but the reality is that you see that code and your brain does not parse it. But my point is, I believe that's not something fundamental. That's not something fundamental. I'm sure, I have not done it, but I'm sure that if I need to work in a project that has those code style rules for a couple of months, it is going to be a no-brainer. I'm going to parse that with no problem, okay? Why? Because my brain is going to develop patterns to match that kind of thing, and I'm going to be done. So it's not something fundamental. I think it's something that it is just the case that you are not used to visually see that kind of layout. So in that sense, I believe that the particular code styles that you choose are not fundamentally important within some reasonable, constraints, but they are not fundamentally important, I believe. What I believe matters the most is that code bases are consistent, at least, that they have some rules. And indeed, this is interesting because oftentimes you have syntax that is very flexible. For instance, I love Perl syntax, I have to say it, and I was into Perl Golf for some time, and you exploit whatever you can, from that. But you have flexible syntax, and then there's a circle that goes and says, okay, the community is agreeing in these best practices for formatting code. And you start to see code styles, guides, and that kind of thing. So there's a little contradiction here. So we have the flexibility, but then we start to say, this is not idiomatic. You should lay out the thing this way. You have a code style. But then everyone is used to different things. So the code style in this project is a little bit different from that one. And then when you open a source code of an open source library, is going to have peculiarities because that guy, has little preferences that do not match your preferences. And after all these years, I have to recognize, I see little practical value in all this flexibility in syntax. So in some part of me likes that I can go crazy with the syntax. Some part of me looks backwards or looks, in the past and says, which is the practical value for this? And I believe, for instance, in Go, you know that they are very strict. Like if you do not put, I don't know, some indentation or the braces here, it doesn't compile. Well, to be honest, I believe that's a good decision. Because when you go across code bases in different projects, in different libraries, since fundamentally the details do not matter, you're going to develop patterns in your brain to part that thing, and it's going to be across projects is going to look familiar to you.
They also use tabs.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. Okay. Except for the tabs, doesn't matter, but.
It's not a discussion because you just use Go font and then whatever is the output of the tool
Yeah.
is the correct one.
That's right. There's no discussion. Done. This is done. There's no discussion. Okay. So let's program. Okay. And the choices are reasonable. In a sense, it reminds me, not the same thing, but it reminds me a little bit of Rails in the sense that when Rails came out, we are talking 2004, something like that. The mainstream selling point of frameworks was flexibility. We are flexible. We do whatever you want. You can mix and match, and because we are super flexible, you just configure this thing, And the Rails was like, okay, you know what? Most of the time, for most of the cases, these particular choices do not matter. So let's take some reasonable choices about namings, conventions, tal, and tal is not English. And these are good conventions. They come from years doing web programming. They make sense. For once, you can then exploit those conventions and get defaults that exploit the conventions, like mapping automatically model classes to tables in the database, something very trivial, but you do not need to map them, It's inferred because of the conventions and a number of things, all right? So it was like, for a number of things, we believe that most of the time, not everyone, not every time, but most of the time, these particular, little details do not matter. So let's go with these ones. And when you switch from project to project, if you switch from one Rails project to another Rails project, and I switch it to a lot of projects, you have a lot of knowledge already, in place. I know how is this going to work. Then maybe this guy has decorators, maybe that guy has service objects, little things. But you do not have to learn how the team has built this ad hoc framework that you have to do with other things. Okay, so I see a parallel here with Go, in the sense that I'm guessing again, but I am in speculation mode, so I can do it. maybe the reasoning is, look, fundamentally this does not matter. So let's make some choices. The creators or the people that define the programming language are the ones that have to discuss. Period. There's no more discussion. And then when you are in a team and when you go project by project, the same way with Rails you are set in the same in the sense of organization and libraries and kind of thing. In Go, I believe is going to happen with source code. That you are going to go project through project, and visually is going to look the same. You know, I think that's a good point. I think that's good. That's a good decision. Very unconventional. I do not know any other programming language that is so strict with syntax. I don't know, but yeah. But I think I think it's a good choice. And okay, that's it. Right. Yes. Do we have?
I just wanted to ask your opinion about like lifters and stack checkers. Do you actually use them and enforcement in your projects, or?
Yeah, good question. So I believe that the particular rules you choose do not matter, but I believe that it matters that you have a consistent layout in one given project. So I have to do a hat tip here to the Rubocop guys, because Rubocop is more and more used in projects, and I believe that's a good thing. So the difficult part is that the team agrees on the rules of Rubocop. That's the difficult one. That's the social one, okay? But if you get, beyond that point, it's good, because then, indeed we did this in Rails recently. In Rails, I saw that the source code, this was a particular initiative of me. The source code was diverging. So in some file you had like, this style, you use single quotes unless you need double quotes, for instance, I prefer that kind of a style. In some files this was used, in other files it wasn't. In some files it was mixed, and a number of things, all right? So my proposal was, let's agree in some rules. I do not care, not care, any rules. Let's agree on some rules and then enforce them, okay? And now we have a Rubocop configuration, not very, it doesn't have a ton of rules, the ones we want to concentrate on. And then Rubocop runs against pull requests. So something that cannot happen is that the reviewer has to check for conventions being followed, but that's not going to work. That's not going to work. And so there's the problem of the manual inspection that is going to fail, and there's the problem of social communication, because if someone has worked in a hard patch, for me it's not a problem to say, can you please format this differently? But for some people, it's not easy. Like they do not find, the courage to say to someone that has worked to do this little addition that, in the way they perceive is different. For me, it doesn't matter, But for some people, it's even easier from the point of view of the maintainer that that something that is failing. So the contributor says, oh, this is failing, so I'm supposed to make this pass. And there's no one telling, could you make it pass? It just goes automatically, more or less, Yeah, so consistency and enforcing with Rubocop, I think they are good things. Okay.
¿Alguien? Oh, oh. Good. So, how are you? Everything okay? You already did your talks. Lucky you. Well, tired already? I'm gonna explain how to make yourself indispensable at your work. And this is more for developers, but I think you'll find interesting ideas for any kind of profession you have. Probably at the end, you'll like to buy me a drink or something. Just let's agree on some rules. There are easy rules. First one is I'm talking, you're listening. It's cool. You can talk too, but only if there is a number in here and you have an envelope with that number. Easy? Let's try it. Oh, yes, please. Yeah, but you have to open the envelope. Yep. Oh, why the envelopes? It's a good question. So I've run this talk multiple times, like in my mind, and I know that it works better if the audience is clever and they do the right questions. I'm not saying, well, yeah, I've been here all day, and really, I don't think you guys are. So for the sake of everyone, I just had the work to put it on envelopes so you can enjoy. Cool. So what are we talking about? So basically, you have a job and you want to keep it because interviews suck and I don't know, it's a lot of work. So the things I'm going to explain today are better if you start doing all them just on the beginning, but I mean, you should just start tomorrow doing that. So let's imagine it's your first week on your work, on your job. What you should do. The thing is, you're going to be evaluated for your productivity, right? Well, no. Well, the odds are nobody really knows what you are doing most of the time, and your bosses probably doesn't even know who you are. So it's not about how good or what good job you do, but the image you project. So, and well, we'll agree that it's easier to project an image than to do real work. So everybody wins. All I'm gonna talk today is based on 3 key goals or 3 key principles. All your interaction at work should be with those 3 key goals on mind. The first one is to maximize entropy. And obviously here I'm talking about the right definition of entropy, which is the amount of chaos in a system, the disorder, how difficult it is having a particular bit of information to know how the rest of the system works. You need this to be big. So in a closed system, entropy tends to increase. This means that you have to put a conscious effort to keep the entropy contained or to decrease it. So please don't do that effort. So I'm against doing efforts at all, but if you have to do it, try to increase the entropy, please. The second one is keeping secrets. So you want to be seen like someone who knows the answers. If you share all the answers, so you have to keep things to yourself. That doesn't mean not talking to people. For example, a good tip is you have to talk to people. You can explain a lot of things, but never, never, never through a computer. So if you talk to someone by phone or on a room, it's okay. They are not going to remember what you just said. But if you go through a computer, everything is recorded. You're screwed. So you can be talkative, but keep secrets. The third one is increase fear. Fear, you know, when you're afraid of something, you do more mistakes, you're less productive, and well, why would that be like that? No, you have to increase fear in others, not in you. So if the others start being afraid of doing things, you'll look better. It's a simple principle, right? Okay, so with those three key points in mind, what kind of image should we project? What's our goal here? I don't know, any ideas? Yeah, whoa. The fearsome secret keeper of chaos. Something like this. No. It's similar, but something more like a leader, someone people like. Okay, let's just go for some best practices. There are just, I'm not going to show specifics here, but because you're clever people, you'll understand. You were not allowed to talk, by the way. Okay, first one is you have to write a lot of code. And that's good for multiple reasons. One is, if you write a lot of code, that means your name is on most of the code base. So people will start thinking that you're someone important in there. So it's important that you write a lot of code. Also, increasing the system itself, we increase the entropy. This is good. We want this. So write more code, not less code. Okay, an obvious way to do that is to duplicate code. So you have two places where, okay, we could, no, just duplicate it. It's the same, I know, it's just changing a variable, I know, just duplicate it. Well, there is a better way to do it, which is duplicate it, but with a minor change in that. Yeah, this not only increases the entropy of the system, but also makes people afraid. Because someone may have the temptation to refactor all your code and put it somewhere. But if your code has slightly changes here and there, it's not that easy, right? So who will do that? You're winning again. Okay, there is another tactic, which is mostly the opposite of what I just said, but also works. So have you been ever in a piece of code that seems to take all the arguments in the world and also has a lot of ifs, a lot of conditions, a lot of business logic inside? How do you feel then? You know where I'm going, right? So you have to write pieces of code in a way that everything seems an exception, and every change makes other parts to fail. Well, it's good. Failure is good. Not for your main goal. Okay. Big commits, big PRs. The basic principle here is the amount of information you put on a single person at a single time has to be so big that nobody really cares to review what you're doing. And it's basically impossible to follow your thoughts. That's keeping secrets, right? Only you knew what you were going to do with that code, or what was, well, maybe not even you, but this works better if you write big commits with little commit messages. Okay, you have to document. You have to document.
But it wouldn't be better not to document it.
Yeah, okay, document seems like, okay, you are not keeping secrets, right? You're just showing the others what to do. Well, you can document, right? For example, if you keep your documentation as far as possible from the code, that is I don't know, it's easy that eventually the documentation doesn't reflect the actual code, right? That's a good way of documenting because people eventually will stop looking at the documentation at all. It'll be just rubbish, but you still get paid for doing it. Just today, I found out on Twitter that actually documentation hasn't to be that far from the code from this to happen. So that's some tweet I found today. I asked for permission, by the way. This is good, this is good. Don't do that. So, to do. This is such a powerful word. When you find the to do, you're thinking, okay, someone was here. He thought that maybe we should do this, but he didn't did it. So why? Should I do it? Is this still relevant? You know, this is what you want others to feel. And also, you can use to do as a defensive mechanism. Oh, this module is not working as it should be. Oh, yeah, but I put a to-do in there because we were in such a pressure, you know, but this is advanced techniques, I know, but you should learn from this. I've been listening all day about automating things. Don't do that. I mean, people make mistakes, and that's what you need. Also, bonus points if you don't automate things and you are in charge of deployment and this kind of things, and you keep in secret how to do it. You don't have to keep the whole process in secret, but just the relevant bits. That's enough. The good thing about not automating is also in systems, entropy will tend to increase. So you'll have multiple systems running by different ways. So everyone is going to be so afraid of touching anything that you will look like the confident one, the one who knows what to do. Okay, tests. Again, yeah, everyone said you have to write tests. Actually, you can get fired not to write tests. So, well, okay, let's write tests. But we can do it in a way that they don't mean anything. So, for example, you can test what your underlying libraries are doing. This is a lot of code. Tests are code. So you're increasing the code base. It's also something that you want. It's doing nothing, but there are tests. Or you can, oh, it's brilliant. You can make tests that fail sometimes. For example, time dependent. And that if they fail, it doesn't mean that the code is failing. That's fantastic. Communication. Well, like I've said, you have to try to avoid communicate by others your intentions or the plans or whatever. But I don't know, if you were to choose a way to do that, and don't say commit messages because we already agreed that's a bad idea. What could you use? Email. Well, email is a good choice. I mean, if you can have conversations by email and send to a lot of people and cross threads, and also you can keep secrets in your inbox. This is good. But you know what's better? Try Slack. I know Slack is so much better because there are so much channels and you can make groups and you can start talking to people and nobody will really care if you said this or that and they can't throw this at you in the future. Well, like I said, you can write tests like this that mean nothing because we already talked about tests. Infoxication. If you are in a spot, and I suggest you try to put you in that spot, that you can manage the information that the systems are sending to your mates, please, 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 try to be verbose at all levels. You have to send emails for everything. You have to send emails for errors, for warnings, for everything is good. You don't have to do nothing. For I've run this, all the kinds of emails you can think about. Also, if you have tests that fail just sometimes, people will stop caring about the emails. And they will be so overwhelmed by the amount of information that eventually they'll stop looking at them. And here, because you are the one setting the policies, you can make your own inbox rules to just let the important ones warn you, and then you will be the proactive one, the one who's noticing the problems, and, well, maybe not fixing them, but telling other people to fix them. Important stuff. Yes, absolutely. You have to use them. Memes and look at how much time are you working here, Pablo? And he's been doing cut pictures all day, so. It's not me, it's science. I mean, memes are now more popular than Jesus. Well, those are just some principles you should have in your mind, but please, please, please be creative and share your own ways, because we all want the same here, right? The idea is at your job, with the minimal effort, you won't be seen like this, but you'll be seen like this. Thank you. Oh, you have an envelope. What does the envelope say?
Thank you. You changed my world. Let me buy you a beer.
Cool. Cheers.
Yeah, okay, okay. Again, I need to get the biggest version number from a Debian package from a list of files I have on a directory, okay? And it seems easy, right? I just got the last one from the list, and it should be the biggest one, right? No, it isn't. If I go to the first one, because I try to get another one, it should be the right one. No, it isn't, because I have this difference. I have this number, which is 08-2, 08-3, and then 08 underscore AMD. This underscore here is breaking my listing, okay? So I try to sort, and I get the same, you see? 2, 3, nothing, 2, 3, nothing. It doesn't sort. What's the problem? The underscore is the problem. So I get rid of it. ls, remove the underscore and anything at the end, .deb, and then sort, and it works, okay? Now I can pick the last one if I want. So this is great, but I need the full name of the file. So I have to add here, again, that part that I removed. It's not easy to do that in the shell because this could be a different platform. So I cannot add AMD for each instance. I have to know which one to use. So how do I do it? Perl to the rescue. I start working with Perl debugger to see if there's a function that helps me comparing these versions, and I find that CMP works fine, okay? 08 is less than 08-2, okay? 08-2 is less than 08-3, okay? And the reverse, 08-3 is bigger than 08-2, okay? Feels like CMP should work for me, okay? Done. The first thing I do is the same I was doing before with the ls. I'm removing this part and then comparing the file names to get which is the biggest one, okay? So I got the list of files here. I remove the EMD or anything from the underscore to the end. I return the new result, and then compare. I get the first, which is 3, okay? Note that this is B and A. So how I add the suffix? There's swords. The sword is here. If you know the search transform, it inspired me to do the right thing. I won't explain what that is, just keep it in mind and research. This is the right solution in that case. There may be others, but this is the one. List of files, I remove and capture what I just removed. I put here the original, the street version without the suffix, and the suffix in array, okay? Then I compare just the part that I can compare with CMP, and at the end, I got the list of arrays ordered, so I pick the first one, which is the biggest one. Sorry? Sort uses only one of the values of the array. Sorry, I won't pick questions right now. So in the end, you have say, which is concatenating both strings, this one and this one, for the case that we're looking for, and you got the right answer. That's it. If you need compare versions, more difficult things that you have to compare, just try this. Okay, thank you. Están cesos.
Us veu? Hòstia, això no ho he fet mai. Vale. Ah, ok. Vale, thank you. Ui. Hòstia. No es veu bé. Coi, espera, tio. Això ho havia d'haver provat abans. No es veu. Coi, tio. No es veu res, no? No, mira. No?
Duplicar i ja està, no?
Sí, jo crec que ara sí que ho farà. A veure, tio.
We are hiding. I'm Diego.
Bueno. Well, sorry for this problem. I want to show you our project we are working currently. It's a Rabada VDI, it's a broker VDI. It's made with Perl, with framework, module issues, Angular, Bootstrap. And for virtualization, we use KVM, libvirt, LXD. For the moment is in other branch with a Spice, and we use X2Go, and it's open source. We have traditional maintenance in a computer labs. Workstation focuses harder to maintain and update, and we have a new maintenance with virtual desktop. Benefits of VDI. You have the possibility of any time, anywhere, any device. For example, for students, for holidays, weekends, at night. And in computer labs, we have the possibility to use all computers or low cost as a Raspberry Pi. Low energy consumption, less space needed because you don't have a tower in the table. And right, broker, if you don't know the meaning of a broker, it manages users' authentication, create virtual machines, remove, clone, prepare base, some things like that. This is our web frontend. Users authentication with LDAP. This is the page that the users can choose different machines, Linux, Windows, something. And if you have admin roles, you have tools, for example, for manage these machines. And well, you can start, clone, remove. We use a differential. with a base image. Well, I have a little video to see where works in an aula. Bueno, the slides are the same. We have scripts to deploy a computer lab for tuning the servers, and this is a beta or alpha version, but we have working in this project, right? Code is available on GitHub if you want to see this code or collaborate, right? And that's all. Thank you very much. Coi, sí que va això.
Qui vol ser?
Per treure això, Àlex. M'ho porto a casa.
Funciona? Però, Hele, que llavors no estem projectant aquí. Fes servir aquest amb el DisplayPort connectat aquí. Si no, fes servir el meu. Si no, deixes el teu. Això és com ho he fet bé, m'ha funcionat, Signal.
No tenia d'esperes, a veure si...
No? Ja. Senyals? Ja. Orella? El qual? Sí? Fantàstic.
So, this is a spoiler. I hope. This is just a second. Okay. So this started when my manager asked me for some stats, and I began playing with Excel because our laptops are with Windows and it's what I had handy. So I started playing with, well, lots of things, between them pivot tables. If you're on Linux every day, probably you won't have heard about pivot tables in Excel, but it's a really useful thing. And the result was, okay, I got some metrics, I got some statistics, I got some graphics. Well, everything went well, but this morning I thought, well, wouldn't there be some way I could do something really simple and translate that to Perl? And I said, okay, let's try. And I did something really quick. So how do you do that without Excel on Linux? So the next thing I did, well, of course, I'm a Perl geek, so okay, so let's try and do it. And then the next thing I did was let's try and do something like what you can do in Excel. I'll just show you in a second. So, okay, I have some data here, and Excel allows me to get all this data from here and manage this thing and just make it group, time work by people, do a chart, and this as easy as then picking this. So, okay, this is maybe too much for a console, so let's keep it simple. Don't need the console yet. But let's try to do the grouping thing. So from this data, from a CSV, okay, let's try and group all this and do some kind of graph. I just saying some kind. So just let me keep on. Okay, so. So the next thing I did, let's do something like that, and let's try to do something like this. So the next thing I did was try to do some Perl code, which actually I'll show you now, and it does like this. Okay, so let's chart, and these are the same numbers you have on the Excel thing. So, and how is this done? First attempt is read the file, split the CSV, and then group it in a number of hashes, and then in the end you just print the hashes. This is really just first attempt, but really quick of what you can do because Perl allows you a lot of things, pretty bad code, not really good, but that keeps you into doing something quick and easy. Improvements, of course, from here, if you wanted to do many more things and from a console point of view, well, we could begin using GNUplot, and of course, if you want to implement Excel and if you want to do lots of improvements, I'm sure there's modules, I'm sure there's a lot of things. So, you know, if you want to use console, everything is available. So, don't try this at home. Please use Excel if you have it. Okay. So thank you. Sí. Ya, claro.
¿Cómo funciona? Eso es una cosa más.
Tenéis que venir tú para explicarme, ¿eh?
Sí. Apretar acá y eso.
Hola. Buenas. Hola, soy Chor y bueno, trabajo para Vintegris, en el destacamento Vintegris Tech, que es la parte que hacemos los productos. En Vintegris damos servicios y productos sobre tecnología, sobre seguridad de la información. Bueno, hemos patrocinado el workshop, por lo tanto me venía la obligación un poco de explicar quiénes somos y qué hacemos. Bueno, os voy a hablar un poco de nuestro último producto que se llama Nebula Suite y que es la composición de nuestras soluciones en la nube. Nuestras soluciones son Nebula Cert, que es una solución de gestión de certificados digitales y firma en servidor, ¿vale? Permite, digamos, expedición, renovación, delegación de certificados, entre otras, Tiene control control basado en políticas y auditoría de operaciones, entre otras. Y también la estamos certificando en la certificación Common Criteria con nivel EAL 4+. No sé si eso os aporta algo, pero eso es lo que nos permite vender en toda Europa nuestro producto de firma electrónica en servidor. Vale, ¿qué más? Vale, también está el Nebula Access, que es proporciona autenticación adaptativa multifactor y soporta diferentes tipos de autenticación, los típicos y más, entre ellos OTP o tokens, software, hardware, las tarjetas de coordenadas, un poco lo que hay en el mercado, ¿no? Lo que se usa. Luego tenemos el Nebula Sign, que digamos que es la aplicación de firma para mobile. Bueno, es digamos el frontend de firma para hacer, bueno, con unos workflows y unos, bueno, para firmar documentos a nivel humano, ¿no? Bueno, y finalmente el escenario de nuestra solución es el siguiente. Tenemos un poco las cosas del Internet de las cosas, autenticándose en nuestra solución, usando los servicios de firma digital y la gestión de certificados, respaldado por nuestra CEA para la expedición. En resumen, con Nebula Suite se puede expedir tus propios certificados, usarlos en cualquier momento, en cualquier dispositivo de los soportados, protegido por autenticación de múltiple factor adaptativa y generando firma digital cualificada. Y nada, pues eso somos nosotros. Gracias.
Should I take next?
No.
Yeah, okay. It's better now. Yeah, so I will be very quick. I just had an idea for time now and know there are a lot of people around and I would like to ask your input basically later. Like, have you heard about PVS Studio previously? Any of you? No? Oh, some people. It's really nice. It's, as the homepage says, it's a static code analyzer for C family languages of projects. And they have a really nice list of analyzed projects, including like Linux kernel, FreeBSD, Vim, OpenJDK, you name it. And for example, here's their Linux kernel analysis, and they can report, like this tool can report, really interesting things, in my opinion. For example, that's a potential typo here. It's like assigning the variable to itself, which it can detect. Like this is like a potential problem in the software, right? Also, like there's a strange loop, which is executed exactly once, right? And there are like ifs to break out of it or just continue in some cases. Or what it can also do is detect strange or even incorrect logic conditions like this, like if this value is bigger than or equal to, then do this. But if it's bigger than 6, do this. It never gets executed, right? Or there's an endless wait, there's a while loop with a loop variable, and that variable doesn't get decremented anywhere within the loop. Also, like, they probably just wanted to add one more, supported resolution apparently. And they had a similar value, probably there was a copy-paste, just modify the values, and this was a octal number here, right? So basically what I was wondering about, I tried to find stuff for Perlcritic that can do the similar stuff, and so we are not... No, you know not. Okay, but the thing is that I was looking for already implemented Perlcritic policies that can do similar things, and if you know about them, I would be very interested in it. Also, I would be interested in contributing or starting something like this, extending more, because I think it's a very interesting aspect of static code analysis. Thank you. Let him handle this one.
Hello? Okay. Okay, so this morning I turned on my computer. It runs Linux in a virtual machine because I run Windows, but I had an idea. Took the Linux source code. I said, is there Perl in there? Yeah, 37 files that help build the Linux kernel. The most popular operating system or deployed operating system in the world. It's powered thanks to Perl. So I run on that virtual machine, I run Debian. Look at the Debian helpers. Lots of Perl in there too. DPKG is also built with lots of Perl. So on my Debian system, I just did a small, I looked for how many Perl files are in user bin. 169. Okay, that could be a small piece, but on my system, I have 1,045 non-Perl files, so that's a lot. So I also use Git. And Git, let's see, Git is a version control system that is used for software development, blah, 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 speed, data integrity. Do you guys know that Git was also developed in big part in Perl? And even if you install Git support for Visual Studio, you get Perl free. If you install Git for Windows, you also get Perl. Talking about things that come with Perl that you probably didn't know, when you install an Oracle database, you get Perl in there too. I remember slacking off an entire week of courses of Oracle just playing around with Perl because the other stuff was just too boring. And so also talking about databases, guess what else runs thanks to Perl? MySQL. If you install MySQL, you find lots of Perl scripts in there. Even the initialization of MySQL happens thanks to a Perl script. Talking about things that use MySQL, the Percona toolkit is entirely or mostly written in Perl. So look at these things. These things are really important things in the infrastructure. And why do you think they're built with Perl or with Perl's help? Because Perl is like a tank. It will not break your stuff. So let's see, what else do I use in my daily life? YAML. YAML, you go to the YAML.org page and you find Brian Ingerson, and you say, who is he? You go to Google and you find that this guy is Ingy.net. You go here and wow, 197 cpan distributions. He's co-author of the YAML spec. I've heard people tell me, yeah, YAML is a Ruby thing. What? No, it was co-authored by Perl, a big Perl developer. I used to use grep. I'll be over 1 minute, just telling you. I used to use grep until I found out ACK. It's grep, but for programmers. So you will never use it after, and it's the only program that with a special flag will show you a cat sticking out its tongue. So there you have your cat. You go to jQuery. Who has visited almost any website out there uses jQuery? And you see jQuery's author is John Resig. So you go to CPAN and you find that he has an account on CPAN. And you know, if you ask him, he'll say that the $sign from naming jQuery with a $sign comes from Perl. You go, and I use, don't care. So I use Plaque every day. Plaque was really not born in Perl. It's really robbed and redesigned, and they found it so interesting that they robbed things back. So another thing that robbed a lot from Perl was PHP. Maybe they didn't do it that well, but it was heavily influenced by Perl, right? Other guys that Perl influenced was Python, but for things that they don't want to do, because and Ruby was also heavily influenced by Perl, but we have a Ruby developers over here that say it's Perlish. Some people say it's Perl done right. So I also use CPAN daily. CPAN is like the precursor of any centralized code store for any language. If you launch a language today, try to put in some type of centralized package system for your users to find packages. And this is mostly because of a Perl influence. Test anything protocol, lots of languages. Perl even influenced open source. The open source conference was first called the Perl and Open Source Conference. They split up because open source got bigger. They suck at marketing, right? They split up. Also, they were called YAPSIs. YAPSIs, yet another Perl conferences, blah, blah, blah. We have lots of other events happening. It just blows your mind how many events happen every year around Perl. So then I use Moose since 2006. When you learn Moose, it's like, it's awesome. It's just that it's not a T-Rex that's driving Moose. It's a fucking velociraptor. So it's even influenced other languages to try to copy it. So you have a implementation in Ruby, and you have an implementation in JavaScript. And even today, I found out that one of our fellow guests here has done another implementation because he likes Moves a lot. Even Python is getting into declaring attributes, but they don't like the inheritance stuff, so it's just attributes a bit like Moose, but not all the way. DBIX class, like best ORM I've ever used since 2006. It was based on an ORM that started in 1999. We've had this for a long time. It's like any other Perl project. It has very sucky marketing. This is the web page. But of course, if you want to do async programming, you have PO. Since 1998, you can do aspect-oriented programming, functional, procedural, blah, blah, blah. Even Gardner says, Perl guys, if you read everything, it says, Perl guys, keep cool. Don't worry. Perl developers should feel confident that the language will remain a solid technology investment for the foreseeable future. So that's when I think Perl gives us up-to-date tech. It doesn't get in your way breaking stuff constantly. It has an active community. It has an inclusive community. It's a language where you learn a bit more of it every day. I've been programming 15 years in Perl, and it still keeps me learning stuff, and I like to learn. I would be very bored with a language that can't show me anything anymore. And it's still relevant. So next time that you open an editor and you think, I'll do this project or that project, think which company do you want? Do you want the new kid on the block that doesn't know what he wants to be yet, or maybe in 5 years he'll be doing some other stuff? Or would you prefer to walk around with an older person, but a very, very wise one?
Down. Closing. Joder, macho. Whatever. Okay. This will just be a minute. We'll let you go in a second, don't worry. Present. Okay, so this was the Barcelona Perl Workshop 2016, in case you didn't notice. Thank you a lot for coming. So where can you find us now? You can find us in Barcelona PM. You have lots of links in there of what we do and where to find us, but you also have Barcelona PM, where we announce all the meetings. We are in Meetup for the monthly meeting every last Thursday of the month. Not the third, not the fourth, the last. It's not always the same. At 8, and we mix social meeting with technical meeting. We have talks, and sometimes we don't, and we just go and have a beer and talk. So you're all very welcome any month. We want to hear from you. We will be sending you in a few days some polls to find out what you think about this workshop, what went well, what you wouldn't like to see ever again. If you like the format, whatever, any opinion that you can give us, it's going to help. You can also find us in the mailing list. You can subscribe. There's not so much traffic, so there's not a lot of spam in there, so you can just get there. And if you join us in person in a meeting, we can also do, if you come from Madrid or from Amsterdam or whatever, we, of course, do social emergency meetings. The talks, if you've missed one, which you probably have, because there were 2 tracks, we will put them on YouTube. We'll announce them as we put them up, probably on Twitter and mailing list. So yeah, follow us. And thanks again to our sponsors, Capside, Booking, Vintegris, 6 Division, Soy Super, and Husky 164. Thank you a lot. Without them, we wouldn't have this venue, we wouldn't have the coffee breaks, the T-shirts, so we wouldn't have Sawyer here. So thank you to all the sponsors. And thank you again for coming, and see you soon.